Chapter 785. David's consciousness entered the shadow attendant's body, and he was about to observe the harvest of this knowledge ball when he unexpectedly saw a golden light spot. He was very familiar with this golden light spot because he had 95 of them in his soul space. The other 5 were used by him to resurrect 5 fifth-tier knights. This golden light spot was a 5th-tier soul origin. With a 5th-tier soul origin, one would have the foundation of a 5th-tier soul. In David's soul space, a 5th-tier soul origin could use the soul energy in his soul space to think and analyze like a real soul. It wasn't that David hadn't absorbed a 5th-tier knight soul before, but at that time, the 2 5th-tier knights, Caxton and Blower, had been hypnotized by the god of play Gladstone and became his puppets. The shadow attendant absorbed the souls of the 2 5th-tier knights, but didn't get the 5th-tier soul origin. It was either taken away by the god of play Gladstone, or it was used to make puppets from afar. David thought that every time he resurrected a 5th-tier knight, he would use up his soul avatar, but he didn't expect that to be the case. If he absorbed the soul energy of a 5th-tier knight, then the 5th-tier soul origin provided by the 5th-tier knight could make up for the consumption of his soul avatar. Of course, this 5th-tier soul origin hadn't become David's soul avatar yet. He ordered the shadow attendant to move the 5th-tier soul origin into his body and into his soul space. After that, he didn't need to do anything. The battle angel crystal and the bald brawny man crystal automatically took over the job and guided the golden light spot to the 95 soul avatars. Then, the 95 soul avatars emitted a golden light to connect with the golden light spot, and the light was then connected to the battle angel crystal. The process lasted for a few minutes, and David felt that he had one more soul doppelganger out of his 95. The soul doppelganger he had used to revive Crow had been returned. David was very satisfied with this. Although the loss of a soul doppelganger previously represented the addition of a powerful temple knight of the 5th rank, these soul doppelgangers had greatly increased his ability to think, and he didn't want to lose them. He paid close attention to the shadow attendant's body. In fact, this was the first time he had obtained a light ball of knowledge from a level 5 knight. The souls of the 2 level 5 knights that were controlled by the god of play Gladstone probably had nothing to do with a real level 5 temple knight. This was because the shadow attendant only obtained the talent of the god of play Gladstone from the souls of the 2 level 5 temple knights, not the talent of a level 5 temple knight. So this time, David was very curious about what kind of light ball of knowledge he could obtain. It was very difficult for him to obtain a useful light ball of knowledge from killing a level 4 Sky Knight. After the incident with the god of play Gladstone, he obtained the Grandmaster ability of a level 4 Sky Knight that was trained by 5 top nobles. It could be said that in terms of knight skills, he had reached the pinnacle in the mortal world. Shadow Attendant, list out the light balls of knowledge I obtained this time. David ordered the Shadow Attendant. However, he immediately knew that there was a problem with his order. He saw a large light ball of knowledge move out of the sea of light balls of knowledge. None of the members of the Dennis family who could live on the Dennis continent were weak. At the very least, they had a certain amount of potential and talent, which was why they could be brought to the Dennis continent for training. Although the Dennis family was very powerful, there was still a limit to the amount of knight resources that a duke could obtain through official channels. If they wanted more knight resources, they would have to obtain them from other places, which was very difficult. This led to the fact that there were not many knight resources, especially for high-ranking knights. After countless years of reproduction, the Dennis family had a large population. It was impossible for them to train all of their people. The people who came to the Dennis continent were considered geniuses among ordinary noble families. This had to do with the bloodline of the Dennis family. In the great world of God, bloodline was very important. The more powerful a noble family was, the more powerful their bloodline would be. Due to the influence of their bloodline, the chances of top geniuses appearing in their family were also very high. This was why, as long as the top nobles in the great world of God did not die halfway, there would be more or less level 5 temple knight in every generation. Almost all of the Dennis family members who lived near the Dennis castle were geniuses. Almost all of them had some of the strongest talents that could be selected by the shadow attendant from their souls. This also allowed David to see tens of thousands of light balls of knowledge appear in front of him at the same time. Shadow attendant, take back all the life skills and non-grandmaster combat skills. David helplessly ordered. After that, the number of light balls of knowledge in front of him decreased by a lot. There were only more than 50 light balls of knowledge left. Most of them were grandmaster-level light balls of knowledge. There were all kinds of knight combat skills, and there were also a few light balls of knowledge that strengthened the body. Of course, the light balls of knowledge that strengthened the body had long lost their effect on David. His body was so strong that it could not be strengthened by these light balls of knowledge. But just from these light balls of knowledge, one could see the foundation of a real, noble family. There were more than 40 knights in the family who had mastered grandmaster-level combat skills. With the talent of strengthening the body, this kind of knight was the so-called gifted knight. They were born with a higher starting point than ordinary knights and stronger combat skills. David had rarely seen this kind of knight before, and the Dennis family had a few of them. Among these few knights, there was a certain chance that there would be a level 5 temple knight among them. David thought of his own loose family. If it weren't for the fact that he had the shadow servants and their various special abilities, the loose family wouldn't even be able to compete with the Dennis family. Forget about fighting. Just comparing strength alone would make them unable to raise their heads. David did not want to waste these grandmaster-level light balls of knowledge. He would slowly integrate all of them into his body in the future. Although the increase in his strength was minimal with his current combat ability, this was the only way to improve. David's eyes finally stopped on a special light ball of knowledge because it was obtained from the soul of Auguste level 5 temple knight. Bloodline power purification talent. This was a special light ball of knowledge. According to the legends in the great world of God, every level 5 temple knight had their own special talents, but this was rarely acknowledged by level 5 knights. But thinking about the vast, great world of God, among the countless planets with life, there were only a few knights who could truly become level 5 temple knights. This statement was widely acknowledged by many knights. After seeing the bloodline power purification talent light ball of knowledge provided by Auguste level 5 temple knight, David was at least certain that Auguste level 5 temple knight did indeed have a special talent. He focused his consciousness on the bloodline power purification talent and quickly obtained some information about this talent. Bloodline power purification talent was, to some extent, a cheating tool for training. This talent could purify other people's bloodline power and then guide it into one's own bloodline power. Auguste level 5 temple knight relied on this talent to become a level 5 temple knight. After the Dennis family understood this ability of his, they would use the bloodline power of knights of the same level in the family to provide him with bloodline power every time he reached a new level. It wasn't until Auguste level 5 temple knight became a level 5 temple knight that the bloodline power purification talent ability lost its effect. This didn't mean that the effect of the bloodline power purification talent disappeared after reaching level 5 temple knight. It was just that the Dennis family wasn't powerful enough to let other level 5 temple knights consume their own bloodline power to provide Auguste level 5 temple knight with bloodline power. This bloodline power purification talent could only be used on knights of the same level. The bloodline power of high-grade or low-grade knights couldn't be purified. David himself was shocked by this talent ability. From the beginning of his training speed was indeed very fast. But before he came to the great world of God, he also had combat power. Although the direction of his training was different, this was the foundation. He really accelerated his training because he got the energy feather wings of the battle angel, which greatly increased his speed of energy absorption. It was 10 times faster than other knights of the same level. David had always thought that his training was like cheating, but after seeing Auguste level 5 temple knight's talent ability, he realized that he had underestimated the talent ability of the great world of God. He was now in contact with the top masters of the great world of God and understood the situation of a level 5 Temple Knight. It seems that I have to pay attention to the training of a level 4 Sky Knight, David said to himself. Previously, David thought that a level 4 Sky Knight was useless, so he even stopped the training of a level 4 Sky Knight. Now he had to let the level 4 Sky Knight continue to train. The bloodline power produced was what he needed. In fact, Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight's bloodline power purification talent seemed powerful, but in reality, it had a lot of limitations. Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight was discovered to have the bloodline power purification talent ability when he was a trainee knight. After that, the Dennis family attached great importance to him and prepared nearly 100 trainee knights to help him train. In just a short 10 days, Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight became an official knight. After that, it took less than a month for him to reach the peak of an official knight with the help of dozens of official knights. If it weren't for the bottleneck, Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight could have created a training miracle. After a month of bottleneck, he was promoted to an Earth Knight. Even after experiencing a bottleneck, Auguste's training speed as a level 5 Temple Knight was extremely astonishing. During his time as an Earth Knight, the Dennis family mobilized the power of the whole family and prepared 20 Earth Knights for him. This was the greatest help the Dennis family could provide. At that time, the Dennis family was not as powerful as it was now. Half a year later, Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight reached the peak of an Earth Knight. After another year of bottleneck, he became a level 4 Sky Knight. Before becoming a level 4 Sky Knight, Auguste's training as a level 5 Temple Knight was already a miracle among geniuses. But after becoming a level 4 Sky Knight, a problem arose. For a family as powerful as the Dennis family, wanting a level 4 Sky Knight to increase the training speed of Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight was extremely difficult. In the end, only 3 level 4 Sky Knights provided Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight with bloodline power. Of these 3 level 4 Sky Knights, one was his father, and the other 2 were his father's close friends. Bloodline power purification, innate skill, made Auguste's early training speed as a level 5 Temple Knight extremely fast, but at the level 4 Sky Knight, it only increased his training speed by 3 times. In fact, even if a level 4 Sky Knight was given Auguste's bloodline power as a level 5 Temple Knight, it was impossible to damage his foundation. At most, he could only provide the bloodline power generated from his daily training for Auguste's level 5 Temple Knight to absorb. Otherwise, the constant consumption of his own bloodline power would be unbearable even for a level 4 Sky Knight. However, the bloodline power purification, innate skill, ability was a divine skill for David. He now had 15 level 4 Sky Knights, and given some time to gather soul energy, he could increase this number by 30 more. Although the corpse of the level 4 Sky Knight from the Dennis family had lost his flying mount, it didn't affect his training at all. It could become his bloodline power provider. Shadow Attendant, channel the bloodline power purification, innate skill, into my body. David took a deep breath and emptied his mind. The bloodline power purification, innate skill, knowledge ball entered his body, and in his soul space, the bloodline power purification, innate skill, knowledge ball turned into a complicated pattern. This innate skill didn't make David hallucinate, but the bloodline power purification pattern in his soul space allowed him to grasp how to use the bloodline power purification ability. David's mind moved, and the shadow attendant summoned all 15 level 4 Sky Knight. He called Nightmark, who was also the level 4 Sky Knight that had followed him for the longest time, over. This was the first time he used the bloodline power purification ability, so David didn't plan to purify a lot of bloodline power at once. He personally controlled Nightmark and carefully sent a strand of bloodline power to his body. David's mind lightly touched the bloodline power purification pattern in his soul space, and a pattern appeared in front of him. The strand of bloodline power entered this pattern first. Chapter 786. After Nightmark's bloodline power entered the bloodline power purification pattern. This bloodline power circulated along the pattern. When it came out from the other side of the bloodline power purification pattern, David found that this bloodline power had become a bloodline power without any characteristics. The bloodline power cultivation system of the great world of God was extremely complicated. For example, David himself practiced the leopard breathing technique. His bloodline was the shadow leopard's bloodline. So the bloodline power he cultivated naturally had the characteristics of the shadow leopard's bloodline. Even if two knights had the same bloodline and practiced the same night breathing technique, their bloodline power would still have a lot of personal imprints. These imprints included the imprints of a person's soul, spirit, and body. These imprints allowed the bloodline power to recognize the owner, and any body with different imprints would be attacked by the bloodline power. Therefore, it was impossible to transfer one person's bloodline power to another person's body to increase the bloodline power of another person, unless you had a talent like the bloodline power purification. After the purification of Knight Mark's bloodline power entered David's body, it was perfectly integrated into David's own bloodline power. There was no trace of rejection. This bloodline power flowed into David's heart-sea space and gathered into one of the many rotating bloodline powers in the heart-sea space. It was truly integrated into his bloodline power, and it was no longer possible to distinguish which one was external and which one was his own. Success. Although David understood the bloodline power purification talent before, he was still very excited to successfully integrate the external bloodline power into his body. The harvest this time was not all counted yet. There was still a pile of portal items that had not been cleaned up. These were all obtained from any knight. David did not count the portal items of the ordinary knight at this time. He would slowly open them as a way to relax in the future. Maybe there would be some unexpected surprises. He was most concerned about the spatial rings of the level 5 Temple Knight Auguste and the spatial rings of Duke Derek. They were the real rulers of the Dennis family. If there were any good things that were not in the treasury, they would be with them. The portal ring of August Knight was of good quality, and the space inside was very large. David had a lot of experience in cleaning up portal items, so he was more familiar with portal items than most knights. He did not first check the glowing items, but he paid attention to a box covered with isolation patterns. With a thought, the box appeared in his hand. Since this was Gammy Planet, there were no outsiders here, so David did not have any scruples and immediately opened the box. There were 2 perfect grade Krypton crystals in the box. Perhaps for a non-top-tier noble family like the Dennis family, who had no way to obtain perfect grade Krypton crystals, they would naturally treat it as a treasure if they could obtain perfect grade Krypton crystals. In fact, perfect grade kryptonite rarely leaked out. Almost all perfect grade kryptonite were in the circle of the top nobles. The top nobles had control over the War Star, which was the main producer of perfect grade Krypton crystals, and the perfect grade Krypton crystals were only distributed to the top nobles. Perfect grade kryptonite had many uses for a level 5 Temple Knight. It could be used for training, alchemy items, large magic circles, etc. All of these made perfect grade kryptonite extremely important. This was also the reason why the 5th ranked Temple Knight Ogiest and the 5th ranked Temple Knight Yaba immediately went to Planet Boyo after receiving news that David's mine had a pregnant crystal stone. They didn't hesitate to attack David in order to obtain it. If it was a top nobleman, they would only be envious of David's pregnancy crystal. Perhaps they would be greedy, but they definitely wouldn't be as desperate as Augustus and Yaba, who were 5th ranked Temple Knights. David put away the 2 perfect grade kryptonite and looked at the other items. There were 53 bottles of the same style. There was a pattern on the bottle that maintained the potency. It could be seen that they were bottles of potions. It was just that the material of the potion bottle was extremely rare. In terms of grade, it could be considered a level 4 alchemy material. It was easy to imagine how precious the potion contained in a potion bottle made of such a high-quality material would be. David took out a potion bottle, opened it, and took a sniff. He felt as if his bloodline power was burning, and it was flowing faster and faster. Fortunately, he only sniffed it. If he really drank it, his bloodline power would probably explode in his body. David was sure that this was not a potion used by a level 4 Sky Knight. Of course, in OG's level 5 Temple Knight Space Ring, there was a high chance that this amount of potion was used by a level 5 Temple Knight. Unfortunately, he did not know much about the potions used by a level 5 Temple Knight. He transferred the 53 bottles into his space ring. When he had time, he would find someone to help him take a look and see what they were. There was also a large amount of miscellaneous items in the space ring. There were treasured potion materials and alchemy materials, as well as level 4 armor and weapons. It was probably the spare equipment of OG's level 5 Temple Knight. It seemed that because OG's level 5 Temple Knight was in a daily state and was not in a state of battle, his space ring was different from the previous 4 lords. There was a large amount of miscellaneous items. This was easy to understand. The previous 4 lords had been adventurous, so there were no extra items in their space rings except for battle needs. Although the miscellaneous items in the space ring of OG's level 5 Temple Knight were precious, they were not very attractive to David. He was only interested in some books. Taking out the books, David found that some of them were the notes of OG's level 5 Temple Knight, including training notes and diaries. Another part of the books were rare books about gods. The reason why these books were rare was because David had collected the least of these books, and some of them only praised the 5 gods, unlike the books here that recorded the ancient gods. David put OG's level 5 Temple Knight's space ring aside and took Duke Derek's space ring. He was more interested in Duke Derek's space ring. This was the head of the Dennis family, and he had inherited the title of Duke. When he saw the piles of documents in the space ring, David's eyes widened. A level 4 Sky Knight, the head of a great noble family, only a large pile of documents in the space ring, nothing else. David took out a stack of documents and found that it was a document of ownership of the hotel. He glanced at the owner casually. At the bottom of the document, there was an identity document. The name on the identity document was very familiar. He turned it back and found that the name was indeed the owner of the hotel. With this identity document, anyone could control the property. David took out the rest of the documents. Each document was similar. The top was the document of ownership, and the bottom was the identity document of the owner of the property. He did not understand why the Dennis family would do this and distribute so many assets to so many different people. Looking at these identity documents, it was very likely that these people all had fake identities. The document of ownership involved as many as 513 industries spread across more than 100 planets. The reason for this data was that David found a list among them. This list contained the specific information of these 513 industries, as well as the secret code to contact each other. From this list, it could be seen that the 513 industries here were all connected in a secret way and were not public industries. David's heart moved. 513 industries were clearly a huge intelligence network. As for profits, that was secondary. However, he could not come out and take over these industries at this time. At least, he had to wait until this matter was over. Besides, with David's current reputation, as long as he had the property rights in his hands, no one would fight with him for these scattered industries. David tidied up the items, stood up, and left the room. He found an empty room. This was a room prepared to increase the castle's functions, but it was now in use. The incubation circle required 36 array bases. David's power of the will was fully unleashed, and the 36 array bases were made at the same time. 36 alchemy materials were taken out of the portal pendant and floated in the air under the control of his will. At the same time, 36 balls of fire were ignited in the air by the flame ignition spell. Although the flame ignition spell was not very powerful, it was still enough to be used as an alchemy flame under the level 5 will. In 15 minutes, 36 sets of alchemy materials were refined into 36 blank array bases. The 36 soul avatars took out quill brushes and alchemy ink from their spatial pendants and started drawing the final runes. When the 36 array bases fell from the air, David took out 36 top-level krypton crystals from the portal pendant and placed them in the array bases. The incubation circle flashed with a soft, milky white light. David then placed the black flying mount egg inside and poured in his blood power again. Feeling the surging vitality of the black flying mount egg and the feeling of the blood connection, he was very much looking forward to it. After doing this, David looked at the time. It was time to train at night. He came to the giant spirit gathering circle and summoned all 15 rank 4 Sky Knight to train with the 5 rank 5 Knight. There were no secrets in the noble circle. The destruction of the Dennis family had spread throughout the noble circle in a very short period of time. It was even more influential than the Barry family. The Barry family was only a subsidiary family of the main family. The main family did not pursue David's actions of destroying the Barry family, and the other noble families were at most just watching the fun. Besides, the strongest member of the Barry family was only a rank 4 Sky Knight, which was far from a truly powerful noble family. However, the Dennis family was different. This was a big noble family that was extremely close to the top nobles. The only difference between the Dennis family and the top nobles, apart from their territory, was the number of 5th rank temple knights they had. Almost every top nobles had more or less 5th rank temple knights in seclusion, but the Dennis family only had one. Even so, the Dennis family was still one of the most powerful families outside of the top nobles. The Dennis family was even competing to enter the top noble circle, but who knew that a family like this would disappear in the blink of an eye? However, the Dennis family was one of the forces of the Kaya planet. Although the Dennis family was destroyed, the other big nobles did not fight for their benefits. They were all waiting to see how the forces of the Alliance would react. This observation only lasted for a day before someone discovered that the high-ranked knights of the other 3 great nobles with 5th-ranked temple knights had all disappeared, leaving behind only a small number of family members to manage the daily affairs of their families. Many knights of the big noble families poured into the Kaya planet. Their main target was the Dennis continent. This group of big nobles seemed to have no organization, but under some kind of tacit agreement, they divided the Dennis continent. The remaining members of the Dennis family didn't even dare to report this to the Noble Affairs Office. The Dennis family only had 2 rank 4 Sky Knights and a dozen or so Earth Knights left. This was because they weren't in the Dennis castle at the time. They were all non-direct family members. The 2 rank 4 Sky Knights didn't know who their family had offended. They didn't even dare to stand up for fear of being found out by their enemies. Plus, they knew very well that the big nobles that had taken over the Dennis continent were all subsidiary families of the top nobles. Dividing the Dennis continent was a game between the top nobles. The direct descendants of the Dennis family were all dead. Their title of Duke was lost with the death of Duke Derek. Without the title of Duke, the Dennis family was no longer united. They couldn't take back their land. These lands would truly belong to the big noble families after a few generations. Actually, if the other 3 big noble families of the Alliance had shown up, the Dennis continent wouldn't have been taken over so easily. The top nobles had always been looking for opportunities to limit the living space of these big noble families. Previously, when the 4 big noble families and some smaller noble families worked together, they were able to stop the top nobles. However, with the Dennis family destroyed, the knights of the other 3 big noble families went into hiding. This gave the top nobles a chance. It wasn't just the Dennis continent. On the other planets, the Dennis family's lands were divided. The Dennis family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, collapsed. This was a grand feast. Dozens of top nobles were involved. Almost everyone who had the ability to participate participated. However, it didn't do it directly. They all did it through their subsidiary families. They gained benefits without losing their reputation. Chapter 787. In the castle of Planet Obu, the 3 temple knights of the 5th rank were once again gathered. The previous 2 meetings had ended in quarrels and disagreements. They had no choice but to come this time. In just a few days, the situation had forced them to sit down and think about how to end the trouble with Duke Arthur. Otherwise, not only would their safety be a problem, but even the wealth their families had accumulated over thousands of years would be targeted by many greedy nobles. The three families had received reports from their family businesses that there were already forces starting to suppress their businesses. Since the three level 5 knights were still there, these methods were not intense. However, if their knight didn't appear for a long time, the consequences would be unimaginable. I suggest we use our connections with the Union to sit down and talk with Duke Arthur. We can't let this drag on any longer. The 5th-ranked Temple Knight, Armand, glanced at the other two 5th-ranked Temple Knights, paying special attention to the 5th-ranked Temple Knight job as he spoke in a deep voice. No, I don't agree. Everyone knows about Duke Arthur's madness. We need to gather all our strength and kill Duke Arthur. The level 5 Knight of Job was very agitated and loudly objected. The more he knew about Duke Arthur's past, the more worried the level 5 Knight of Job was. Duke Arthur's desire for revenge was too strong. Almost everyone who went against Duke Arthur was killed in the end. In the short 1 year since Duke Arthur came to the great world of God, he always killed those who were stronger than him. He never showed mercy when it came to exterminating an entire race. In the eyes of the level 5 Knight of Job, Duke Arthur definitely couldn't be left alive in this world. The level 5 Knight of Job was different from the level 5 Knight of Job and the level 5 Knight of Job. The level 5 Knight of Job and the level 5 Knight of Job didn't directly attack Duke Arthur. As long as they could find a suitable mediator, it would be possible to obtain Duke Arthur's forgiveness. However, the level 5 Knight of Job had directly attacked Duke Arthur. With Duke Arthur's personality, he didn't think Duke Arthur would let go of this level of hatred. Gather all our strength? The three of us? With the three of us joining hands, can we kill Ogius 5th-ranked Temple Knight in a few seconds? The 5th-ranked Temple Knight sneered. It wasn't that the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Armand was looking down on him, but after hearing that the energy clone of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Ogius dissipated after being attacked, he understood how terrifying Duke Arthur was. How could a 5th-ranked Temple Knight's main body not even have enough time to use his energy doppelganger to explain the process of the attack? Even if 3 5th-ranked Temple Knights were to act together, they still wouldn't be able to accomplish this. How could a 5th-ranked Temple Knight be killed so easily? With his powerful defensive and offensive capabilities, coupled with the power of his bloodline, he could erupt with fighting strength several times higher than usual in times of danger. Not to mention, if a 5th-ranked Temple Knight wanted to escape, if other 5th-ranked Knights of the same level wanted to chase after him, without an absolute number of Knights, it would be impossible to stop a 5th-ranked Temple Knight. Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight didn't want to make an enemy out of Duke Arthur, who was obviously hiding his absolute power. Behind him was the Lyle family. If he was killed, then the Lyle family would be like the Dennis family, collapsing in a short period of time. Most importantly, Ogius' 5th-ranked Temple Knight and Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight's attack on Duke Arthur wasn't decided by the Alliance. Why would he take the risk for the actions of these two 5th-ranked Temple Knights? Duke Arthur is only a Sky Knight. Are you still worried about not being able to deal with a Sky Knight? As long as there's a chance, we can definitely kill him in one strike. The Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight tried his best to hold back his anger as he persuaded. Just like when you attacked Duke Arthur, I have never heard of a 4th-ranked Sky Knight who could easily block the attacks of two 5th-ranked Temple Knights. The attack was your decision, so the consequences should be borne by you, not by the Alliance. Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight didn't hold back and directly said. The Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight's expression was gloomy. Although this issue had been brought up in the previous meeting, it was only a light mention. It wasn't completely brought up like this time. Anthem's 5th-ranked Temple Knight didn't look at the Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight, but instead at the crystal cup in his hand, as if the crystal cup was more important than the Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight. This was also a way for Anthem's 5th-ranked Temple Knight to express his attitude. He wouldn't stand on the side of the Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight. Of course, any rational person wouldn't pay for something they didn't do. He also had to consider his own family. At first, Anthem's 5th-ranked Temple Knight and Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight were still considering the Alliance's unity, but with David's aggressive approach, they had no choice but to step aside. Now that the situation was clear, They needed to solve the problem, otherwise the losses would be huge. Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight saw the attitude of Anthem's 5th-ranked Temple Knight and continued. How about we decide through a vote whether to reconcile with Duke Arthur or go to war with him? No need. Let's all go our separate ways. The Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight stood up and turned to leave the meeting room. Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight and Anthem's 5th-ranked Temple Knight didn't move. They just quietly watched the Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight leave. Anthem, I found many members of the Alliance who attended the last party. They all provided written testimonies that our Alliance didn't plan to attack Duke Arthur. It was only Auguste and Yaba's private actions. It had nothing to do with the Alliance. Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight said softly. At the last party, there were many nobles who attended. They were all nobles of the Alliance. The testimonies Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight found were very useful. In order to make sure the testimonies were absolutely fair, Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight asked the priests of the just shrines to help with the justice. Armand, I've also found some connections. Duke Arthur doesn't have many friends, but the Minister of Noble Affairs is definitely one of them. I've asked the Minister of Noble Affairs to mediate. Anthem's 5th-ranked Temple Knight heard what Armin's 5th-ranked Temple Knight said and couldn't help but smile. The two 5th-ranked Temple Knights knew very well that the moment Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight angrily left the meeting room, the Alliance was disbanded. After that, the two 5th-ranked Temple Knights had to unite to be able to act as one without affecting each other. David sat on the platform of Gammy's castle, enjoying the sunlight that belonged only to him. In his hand, he held the notes of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Augustus. A lot of the content recorded in the notes was eye-opening. He finally understood the secrets of a 5th-ranked Temple Knight. David put down the notes in his hand and stood up with a flash of surprise in his eyes. His figure left an afterimage as he rushed into the castle. In the room with the incubation circle, he looked at the black flying mount egg with some excitement. The black flying mount egg was slightly vibrating. After 5 days of incubation, under the nourishment of the bloodline power and undying life force, the flying mount had reached the conditions to break out of the egg. David wouldn't help at this time. The information about flying mounts stated that at this time, the flying mount had to work on its own. If it couldn't even break out of the egg, then the flying mount wouldn't even have the qualifications to live, let alone its future potential. While he was thinking, a crack appeared on the eggshell. A black beak stretched out from the crack. The black beak moved left and right, and the crack on the eggshell became bigger and bigger. The flying mount inside was revealed in front of David's eyes. David frowned. According to his aesthetic standards, the little guy in front of him was not beautiful at all. The little guy's whole body was pitch black. Even its eyes were completely black. It was the same color as the eggshell itself. Its body was slender, and it had a long, thin tail. Compared to its body, its wings were extraordinarily large. From the bottom of its head to the tail outwards, it was the range of its wings. But no matter how David looked at it, the little guy didn't look like a bird. Not only did it have no feathers, but it also had a pair of claws on its hind legs and a pair of front claws on the tip of its wings. As soon as the little guy came out, it seemed to be hungry. It swallowed the black eggshell in big mouthfuls. David couldn't help but sigh at the little guy's strong digestive ability. The black eggshell's hardness was not low. A newborn little guy already had such a strong digestive ability. The little guy ate very quickly. Its sharp beak was extremely strong. When it came across a slightly bigger eggshell, it only needed a light peck to break the eggshell. After eating the eggshell, the little guy raised its head and looked at David. Its eyes were full of curiosity and affection. It was curious because this was the first time the little fellow had seen David. It was affectionate because of the life-sharing contract in the little fellow's body, as well as the fact that David's bloodline power had strengthened its body over the past few days. It was extremely familiar with David's aura. The little guy's figure flashed out of the incubation circle, and then it disappeared. David felt a weight on his shoulder. The little guy stood on David's shoulder, and its small body was very close to David's ear. It kept rubbing against him. David no longer thought about the little guy's beauty. He used his hand to gently support the little guy's body and felt the little guy's closeness to him. It was obvious that the little guy's intelligence was very high. It was much higher than the warhorse Little Blossom. A level 4 Sky Knight could have both a warhorse and a flying mount at the same time. However, the warhorse of a level 4 Sky Knight would have already reached the end of its lifespan. Even if it hadn't reached the end of its lifespan, it would have already aged. Normally, a level 4 Sky Knight would let their warhorse retire. They wouldn't carry it with them in battle. This was because a level 4 Sky Knight didn't rely on a warhorse. They needed the help of a flying mount more. Of course, the life-sharing contract between the two mounts also affected the Knight soul. Not all Knight souls were as strong as David's. A level 5 soul and level 5 spirit allowed his soul space to accommodate many soul contracts without affecting his soul. It was extremely rare for a knight like David, who had just learned how to ride the warhorse Xiaohua, to have a flying mount. No matter how many top-level resources a knight had, no matter how fast they trained, they couldn't avoid a bottleneck every time they leveled up. This made it so that a knight needed at least a few decades to level up from level 3 to level 4. David thought about how the little guy appeared on his shoulder directly from the incubation circle. This should be some kind of ability, but when the little guy used its ability, it didn't emit any energy waves, so he couldn't tell what kind of ability it was. Was it extremely fast? Or did the little guy have some kind of space dash ability? Although the little guy's intelligence wasn't low, because it was just born, David couldn't communicate with it freely. Even if David wanted the little guy to use the flash ability again, the little guy couldn't understand. Because he didn't know the breed of the little guy, David didn't know what food to give the little guy. Fortunately, he had a lot of supplies stored in his space pendant, from ordinary food to all kinds of ingredients. He also had a lot of mount feed formulas in his hands, all of which were obtained when he wiped out a clan and cleaned up the battlefield. David first tried to prepare a normal flying mount feed for the little guy, which was obtained from the main family. He sent the feed to the little guy, but the little guy didn't even look at it. It was no wonder that the feed for flying mounts was developed based on the flying mounts of birds. The little guy was obviously not a bird, so how could it be interested in this kind of feed? David took out the feed for the warhorse and was also ignored by the little guy. He had no choice but to take out all kinds of food and put them in front of the little guy, but the little guy didn't respond. David was a little anxious. The little guy was so picky about food. What if it was hungry? When he took out the level 2 strengthened meat, the little guy had a reaction. It curiously used its beak to pick up the level 2 strengthened meat, and then put it down with some disgust. David wondered which era this little guy was from. The level 2 strengthened meat was one of the resources for an official knight's training. The little guy was just born and already disliked the level 2 strengthened meat. How powerful were the parents who prepared the food for the little guy? Fortunately, the little guy was interested in the level 2 strengthened meat, which meant that he chose the right type of food. This kind of food with strong energy was the little guy's favorite food. David took out some level 3 strengthened meat. He didn't dare to take too much level 3 strengthened meat. The little guy's body was only so big, so he didn't want to eat too much at once. As soon as the level 3 strengthened meat was taken out, the little guy excitedly stretched out its head and couldn't wait to ask for it. Chapter 788. The little guy's body was small, so it was easy to get full. A small piece of level 3 strengthened meat was enough for it to hug David's shoulder and squint its eyes. David wanted to put the little guy into his summoning ring, but as soon as he thought about it, the little guy resisted. It did not want to leave its position. David could not help but smile. This was the disadvantage of having high intelligence. Of course, if he forced the little guy to follow his orders, the little guy would still have to follow them. However, he didn't want to do that. When Little Flower was growing up, he didn't have time to spend with Little Flower, so he missed Little Flower's growth. Now that he was alone on Gammy Planet, the little guy could be with him. It would be less lonely. Just as David was gently supporting the little fellow and letting her sleep for a while, he felt the energy fluctuation of the communication circle in the space pendant. He took out the communication circle and saw that it was a message from the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. "Arthur, I'm sorry to bother you. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs' voice came through. "Don't bother me. I don't have much to do recently." David replied with a smile. "There's something I want to tell you. It's just a return of favor. It doesn't matter if you agree or not. You don't have to think about me." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said embarrassedly, "We're friends. Just tell me what you want." David said curiously, "Here's the thing. I was asked by the Anselm Temple Knight of the Knight family to ask if you can reconcile. He asked me to tell you that the actions of the Yaba Temple Knight and the Auguste Temple Knight are their private decisions. It has nothing to do with anyone else." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs continued. David was stunned. He did not expect the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs to come because of this. After David raided the Dennis family, he realized that there was no information to be found. Even if he had the ability to sneak attack a level 5 Temple Knight, he could not find a hidden level 5 Temple Knight. Not to mention that the great world of God had so many planets. Even on the same planet, it would be difficult to find a hidden level 5 Temple Knight. Furthermore, from the words of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight, it seemed that the Alliance wanted to give up on the 5th-ranked Temple Knight job. As for the 2 5th-ranked Knights ambushing David, it was something the 2 5th-ranked Knights didn't discuss. David believed this point. Whether or not it was the decision of the Alliance was easy to investigate. There were quite a number of nobles in the Alliance of Forces, and a few of them could prove this point. "Arthur, if you don't want to reconcile, I will make an excuse for you." When a Minister of Noble Affairs heard David's silence, he thought that David had some thoughts. "No, I have to thank you for coming forward to mediate. Set a time and place, and I'll be there," David said with a smile. "Okay, I'll be there too," the Minister of Noble Affairs said with a smile. The Minister of Noble Affairs was also taking a risk to participate in the negotiation between the level 5 Temple Knight and David. He didn't have any combat power, and any level 5 Temple Knight's energy or momentum could cause him harm. After only 20 minutes, the Minister of Noble Affairs sent the time and place. It could be seen how anxious the level 5 Temple Knight of Anthem was. David didn't bring any Sky Knight, so the 15 level 4 Sky Knights all stayed on Gammy. They were all practicing day and night, and they had 2 opportunities to use the super large spirit gathering array every day. Coupled with a large supply of practice resources, the level 4 Sky Knights could accumulate a lot of bloodline power every day. The practice of these 15 level 4 Sky Knight was equivalent to David's own practice. David only had to wait for time to harvest the increased bloodline power, and then he could improve his own strength. The little guy didn't want to be put away, and David didn't want to force it, so he let the little guy sit on his shoulder. Anyway, there were many nobles who raised small pets, and all kinds of strange pets weren't surprising. Through the planet-level portal of Gammy, David appeared alone in front of the portal of Bama Star's main city. The location of this negotiation was in Bama Star's main city, which was David's home ground and also an extremely safe place. Of course, in David's summoning ring, there were 5 level 5 Temple Knight with him, which was why he wasn't worried about negotiating anywhere. In the eastern part of the central square, closest to the square, there was a luxurious restaurant. This was also the best restaurant in Bama Star's main city. Although David hadn't eaten there before, he had heard of this restaurant. Usually, one would have to line up in order to dine in this restaurant, but today, the whole restaurant was booked. In the sky, for Bama Star Sky Enforcer Knight were flying in circles above the restaurant. On the ground, many Sky Enforcer Knight set up a cordon in the vicinity, not allowing anyone to approach the restaurant. Although the eastern part was a business district, there were still quite a lot of nobles here. But after many nobles showed their identity and wanted to inquire about the situation, they didn't ask anything else. They all understood that the nobles who booked the restaurant had an extremely high status. David walked towards the restaurant, and the 4 Sky Enforcer Knight in the sky were the first to notice him. Controlling their flying mounts to maintain the slowest speed, they bowed to David in the sky. The Sky Enforcer Knight in the surroundings also saw David, and they also bowed in respect. This was the respect for the strong, the respect for the title of Duke. These law enforcement knights understood that for a 5th-ranked Temple Knight like Anselm and a 5th-ranked Temple Knight like Armand to come here and wait for Duke Arthur, The murderer of the 5th-rank Temple Knight, August, and the extermination of the Dennis family was self-evident. However, the higher-ups of Bamistar had issued a gag order, and the Sky Enforcer Knight didn't dare to leak any information. This was not an ordinary matter. It involved the news of a level 5 Temple Knight, and whoever dared to leak it may have the consequences of the destruction of the family. In the absence of relevant interests, who would take such a huge risk to leak information of this level? David smiled and nodded. Then he walked into the hall of the restaurant. "Arthur, we meet again." Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister stood in the hall and greeted him with a smile. "Gershwin, I've troubled you." David replied with a smile. "By the way, when are you holding a celebration banquet? Be sure to invite me. I'll bring a gift." Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister asked casually as he led David to the banquet. David suddenly remembered that he should hold a banquet. He didn't celebrate when he became a count, and this time he couldn't not celebrate. This was the tradition of the great world of God. "God, are you unprepared?" Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister was also surprised and asked aloud. "My title was promoted too quickly, and I forgot," David said with a wry smile. "Arthur, I don't mean anything else, but you should find a butler suitable for the title of Duke. The original butler of the Luce family is not qualified for your current position," Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister said softly. David nodded. Butler Jason was very loyal, but the Luce family had been quiet for too long. The butler had no problem handling the affairs of low-level nobles, but after David became a duke, he really couldn't adapt to this kind of work. For example, the amount of resources that a duke should buy every month should be handled by the butler, but it seemed that Butler Jason didn't know about it at all. David was also busy with other things and didn't have time to deal with it, so the duke's resources had not been used yet. Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister treated David as a good friend. The friendship between the two began when David's status was low. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't say such things. They might even offend someone. "I'll think about it, but with my connections, it's not easy to find a butler that I like." David nodded and said, "I'll look around for you when I get back. I'll definitely find you a qualified butler with a clean background." Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister patted his chest and promised, because David gave him face and came to accept his mediation. While talking, they arrived at the door of the largest box on the second floor. Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister opened the door for David. David sensed the aura of the 2 level 5 Temple Knights inside. He didn't feel any hostility. He believed in his own spiritual perception. Moreover, if he made a move in a place like Bama City, it wouldn't be the same as if he made a move in a small city. The 5th-rank Temple Knight Armand and the 5th-rank Temple Knight Anthem looked at David and couldn't help but stand up. They said that they came to negotiate, but in fact, they came to ask for forgiveness. When they first saw David, the 2 level 5 Temple Knights couldn't help but be surprised at how young David was. Such a young level 4 Sky Knight was extremely rare even among the top nobles. Generally, a level 4 Sky Knight in his 50s was the standard of top genius, but this one in front of them looked at most in his early 20s. But when the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Armand and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Anthem saw the little guy on David's shoulder, their faces filled with amazement. "Let me introduce you. These two are 5th-ranked Temple Knight Armand and 5th-ranked Temple Knight Anthem." Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister saw the awkward silence and took the initiative to introduce them to David. He then turned to the 2 level 5 Temple Knights and said, "This is Duke Arthur." "I'm sorry, Duke Arthur. I was a little lost in thought when I saw your flying mount. It's really rude." The 5th-ranked Temple Knight, Armand, bowed, and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight, Anthem, hurriedly followed suit. David was surprised to see the 2 level 5 Temple Knights. The 2 level 5 Temple Knights actually came with their main bodies and didn't use the safer energy avatars. From this, the sincerity of the 2 level 5 Temple Knights could be seen. This also made David confirm the authenticity of their words. "Do the 2 Temple Knights recognize my flying mount?" David was pleasantly surprised. It must be known that when the Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister saw the little guy, he only thought of it as a pet and didn't recognize it as a flying mount. But from the reaction of the 2 level 5 Temple Knights, it was clear that they recognized the little guy. Your flying mount, if I'm not mistaken, should be. At this point, the level 5 Temple Knight stopped talking. He looked at the Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister and didn't continue. David naturally knew what the level 5 Temple Knight meant. He probably didn't want the Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister to know. He also guessed what the level 5 Temple Knight wanted to say. "It's okay, Gershwin and I are good friends," David said with a smile. The Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister's eyes flashed with curiosity. When he heard David's words, he couldn't help but laugh. The level 5 Temple Knight waved his hand and used some of his bloodline power to arrange a layer of bloodline power barrier around the room. This bloodline power barrier was extremely thin. Of course, it was not used for defense. It was only used to prevent people from eavesdropping. In fact, with the two level 5 Temple Knights and David's powerful will, if someone was eavesdropping, the three of them would have discovered it long ago. However, the level 5 Temple Knight Armand did this to show the importance they attached to this matter. "Duke Arthur, your flying mount should have come from the Dennis family." The Dennis family obtained a black flying mount egg from a sacrificial ceremony to an evil god. Apart from the upper echelons of the Dennis family, only a few of us holy knights know about this. Many level 4 Sky Knights of the Dennis family tried to obtain the black flying mount egg, but none of them were able to form a life-sharing contract. "I didn't expect you to succeed," the level 5 Temple Knight Armand explained. The Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister's eyes widened. He looked at David and the two level 5 Temple Knights. The Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister had guessed that David might have destroyed the Dennis family, but he knew David's background. It was unbelievable that he could destroy a noble family with a level 5 Temple Knight and a level 5 Temple Knight in just a year. However, looking at the expressions of David and the two level 5 Temple Knights, as well as the black and ugly little thing, all of this was real. "Do you know what species this little thing is?" David was very curious about the little thing's species. The 5th rank Temple Knight Armand had a smile on his face. Even though he and David seemed to be chatting idly, if he could help David through this matter, the negotiations would be a lot easier in the future. After the Augustus Temple Knight failed to find out the origin of the black flying mount egg, he came to us and wanted to find out the origin of the black flying mount egg through our family's information. After the four of us researched and consulted a large number of books, we finally came up with a few guesses about the black flying mount egg, but there was no accurate result. However, after seeing the appearance of the flying mount, I can confirm its name. It's a shadow pterosaur. The level 5 Temple Knight Armand explained with a smile. "I didn't expect the Dennis family's unowned flying mount egg to be such a legendary creature." The level 5 Temple Knight Anselm also sighed. Chapter 789. Can you tell me what kind of creature this shadow pterosaur is? What are its characteristics? Hearing the little guy's name from the 5th rank Temple Knight Armand, David became even more curious about this little guy, so he asked this question. In the great world of God, any creature with dragon in its name meant that it had the blood of a dragon in its body. "Duke Arthur, of course, it would be my pleasure." The 5th level Temple Knight of Armand smiled even more. David's attitude made him see the hope of resolving the conflict between the two sides. He could even use this opportunity to become friends with this powerful young knight. He and the 5th level Temple Knight of Antam exchanged glances. After many interactions, they understood that they had the same idea. The shadow pterosaur appeared in ancient times. At that time, giant dragons were still flying in the sky. The excessive licentiousness of the giant dragons caused countless creatures with giant dragon bloodlines to appear one after another. Among them was the shadow pterosaur, a giant dragon bloodline creature. This shadow pterosaur generally had the ability to fly silently and become invisible. This was related to the dark energy in the shadow pterosaur, and it became the mount of the ancient god's servants in ancient times. It's just that with the end of the era of the War of the Dragons, a large number of creatures with the bloodline of the dragons disappeared. Nowadays, the creatures that claim to have the bloodline of the dragons are actually very thin bloodlines of the dragons, and are far from the true dragons. The fifth-rank temple knight Armand explained to David. David turned his head to look at the little guy, the shadow pterosaur. He couldn't tell that this little guy was an ancient breed. Was the aesthetic of the ancient times so different from now? What he didn't know was that there weren't many creatures with dragon blood that were beautiful. A powerful bloodline gave a creature a ferocious appearance and a strong deterrent to other creatures. This shadow pterosaur should be extinct, right? David asked again. The fifth-level temple knight of Armand nodded. Yes, except for a few books on ancient creatures that have descriptions of the shadow pterosaur. It hasn't appeared in the world for at least 10,000 years. David bowed and thanked him. Thank you for answering my question. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know my own flying mount. The fifth-level temple knight of Armand returned the bow. It's nothing. I'll find the books about the shadow pterosaur and send them to you when I get back. The atmosphere in the room was very good, which made the Minister of Noble Affairs smile. He didn't want to do anything wrong and make David feel embarrassed. Now, it seemed that David didn't have any objections to reconciliation. Knight of Armand Temple, Knight of Anselm Temple. This is the case report from the Noble Affairs Office. Duke Arthur used a very formal way to report to the Noble Affairs Office that the Knight of Auguste Temple and the Knight of Yaba Temple had jointly attacked him. You claim that you have evidence to prove that this has nothing to do with you. Please show me the evidence. The Minister of Noble Affairs saw that the atmosphere was very good, so he took the opportunity to make a request to the two fifth-level Temple Knights. The Minister of Noble Affairs took out a stack of parchment with the seal of the Noble Affairs Office. It was an official document. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Anselm and the fifth-level Temple Knight of Anselm didn't read this document, but they knew the general content and didn't want to read it. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Anselm took out dozens of parchments with the aura of the Shrines of Justice and put them on the table in front of him. Duke Arthur, you probably know that the Knight of Auguste Temple and the Knight of Yaba Temple are members of a small alliance of forces. We admit that the alliance of forces has discussed the issue of suppressing your development, but the content is only normal commercial means, not direct attacks. I have the testimony of 35 members of the alliance. Please take a look. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Anselm said as he pushed the parchments in front of him towards David, "Your development is too fast. Not only us, but many of the great noble families are worried about your rapid rise, so they propose commercial suppression." The fifth-level Temple Knight of Anselm explained. David's mind swept across the parchments, and the 96 doppelgangers controlled the 96 minds at the same time. The contents of the parchments were clear in an instant. There was no doubt about the authenticity of these testimonies. In the great world of God, no one could lie to the Shrines of Justice. These testimonies had the seal of the Shrines of Justice. Duke Arthur, we don't deny that our attitude towards you and your family was wrong. According to the tradition of the nobles, Anselm and I hope to make up for our mistakes with reasonable compensation. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Anselm added fuel to the fire. He nodded to the fifth-level Temple Knight of Anselm, and the two fifth-level Temple Knights took out two parchments from their space rings, put them on the table, and pushed them towards David. Gentlemen, I saw your sincerity from the moment you came with your original bodies. With the Minister of Noble Affairs, there is no hatred between us. At most, there's only a small friction. I accept your proposal, David said with a smile. David was sure that although the other side had some means to deal with him, they did not have any plans to attack him. Their means were normal. He quickly entered the ranks of the great nobles, close to the top nobles, and posed a threat to the rest of the great nobles in this class. The most important thing was that David's territory was a complete planet. As long as his strength reached the fifth-level Temple Knight, he was qualified to compete for the position of the top nobles. The probability of becoming a fifth-level Temple Knight was too small for other nobles. It was too early to say that it was a threat. However, David only took a year to advance from an ordinary knight to a fourth-level Sky Knight. With such a cultivation speed, no one would believe that such a genius knight could not become a fifth-level Temple Knight. Therefore, it was normal for the great nobles to use some small tricks. Not to mention the great nobles if David's performance was just a bit stronger, even the peak nobles might suppress his family. This is really good news. I brought a bottle of good wine. This is the time to open it. The Minister of Noble Affairs stood up and said with a smile. He clapped his hands, and a waiter came in with an open bottle of red wine. The Minister of Noble Affairs personally poured red wine for everyone. Cheers to friendship. He raised his glass and said, Cheers to friendship. David and the two fifth-level Temple Knights also raised their glasses. From beginning to end, David did not touch the two compensation documents on the table. This was a great respect to the two fifth-level Temple Knights. No matter what compensation the two fifth-level Temple Knights came up with, he would accept it without any objection. Of course, David did not have to accept the compensation, but he knew very well that if he did not accept it, the two fifth-level Temple Knights would not be at ease. When there was a dispute between the nobles of the great world of God, as long as one side gave compensation and the other side accepted it, the conflict between the two sides would be completely resolved. Therefore, David accepted the two compensation documents to show that both sides had reconciled. After drinking the wine, the fifth-level Temple Knight Armand and the fifth-level Temple Knight Anthem looked at each other and decided on one thing. In fact, when they were talking about the compensation, they expected David to ask for the information of the fifth-level Temple Knight, but David did not. This made the two fifth-level Temple Knights very satisfied. David did not make things difficult for them. However, after the two fifth-level Temple Knights reconciled with David, they wanted to express something to strengthen their friendship. It must be known that the compensation that the two fifth-level Temple Knights took out was a large sum. In a situation where they invested so much, they did not want to make David unhappy because of the information of the fifth-level Temple Knight. David did not have to ask, but they had to consider the benefits. Duke Arthur, our alliance with the Temple Knight has been dissolved. We can provide you with some information about the Temple Knight, but we cannot be sure of the accuracy of the information. You will have to verify it yourself. The fifth-level Temple Knight, Armand, said softly as he put down the wine. Thank you very much for your help. It will be very useful to me. David's eyes lit up as he smiled and bowed. The fifth-level Temple Knight Armand could hear the extreme confidence in David's words. This confidence came from knowing that as long as he knew the location of the fifth-level Temple Knight, he would be able to control the fifth-level Temple Knight. The two fifth-level Temple Knights once again placed a document on the table and got up to leave. David did not send them off, and they would not leave openly. Instead, they left through the back door of the restaurant. Arthur, see if you're satisfied with their compensation. If you are, I will help you with the paperwork. The Minister of Noble Affairs said with a smile. David also smiled. The Minister of Noble Affairs was not being curious. He just wanted to help him with some problems with the transfer of property. David took the two documents and opened them. After reading the contents, he couldn't help but be shocked. The two documents seemed to have been discussed. The contents were the same. They were both about the transfer of territory. The territory was located on Bama Planet. It was a huge territory with an area of 100,000 square kilometers each. Moreover, the two territories were connected. It must be known that Bama Planet was special. The land here was many times more expensive than other planets. Not to mention, almost no nobles would transfer their territory. A territory was the foundation of a family. If you wanted to occupy a piece of territory, you would have to pay a high price. Merit points could be exchanged from shrines. Merit points were earned by knights who risked their lives. They could only be exchanged for territory after slowly accumulating merit points. A good territory required opportunities and connections. Even if you forcibly occupied a territory, you would have to pay a high price. After several generations of hard work, you would be able to obtain a piece of territory. The two fifth-ranked Temple Knights actually took out a territory of 100,000 square kilometers. Even on Bama Star, such a large territory was still a very large one. Most importantly, there were 1 million residents in the 200,000 square kilometers of land. They were responsible for farming the 200,000 square kilometers of land. Take a look. David slowly exhaled and pushed the two documents to the Minister of Noble Affairs. After reading the two documents, the Minister of Noble Affairs was also surprised. He did not believe that such a large sum of money was only for compensation. However, on second thought, it was understandable. David's strength was too terrifying. He killed Augustus, a fifth-level temple knight, and destroyed the Dennis family in an instant. This kind of means would definitely make any great noble tremble in fear. Coupled with David's age, as long as he did not fall midway, he would inevitably become one of the most powerful knights in the great world of God. Whether it was to completely resolve the conflict with David or to establish a good relationship with David, the two territories were worth the price. Think about the Dennis family. After David's attack, the loss of the Dennis family was countless times more than the compensation given by the two fifth-level temple knights. Perhaps for ordinary nobles, such a territory was everything to the family, but for old great nobles, such a territory was only one of the many good territories. Arthur, it seems that the matter of finding a good butler for you has to be carried out immediately. The Minister of Noble Affairs said with a smile as he looked at the documents in his hand. David was also very helpless. The Minister of Noble Affairs was right. Without a mature and experienced butler, how could he manage such a large territory? Butler Jason was too old and far from having enough energy. David planned to let Butler Jason retire in the villa in Bama City. As for Butler Albin, he was only the butler of the villa. He was not as capable as Butler Jason. He only had experience in managing villas. Then I'll have to trouble you. I really do need a butler, David said with a wry smile. Give these two documents to me. It will take at most 2 days for the ownership of the territory to be changed. The Minister of Noble Affairs said directly. The Minister of Noble Affairs got up and left. David put away the documents on the table and turned to leave the room. On the way, David used his mind to look through the information in his spatial pendant. The information provided by the fifth-level Temple Knight of Armand and the fifth-level Temple Knight of Anthem was about the same, but there were some differences. It was obvious that this information was gathered through 2 different intelligence systems. The information contained the locations of all the territories of the Cotton family where the fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba resided. Actually, they didn't need to provide this information. David could just find it from the Noble Affairs Department. However, the information contained detailed information about each territory. It wasn't something that could be easily found. It required one to be extremely familiar with the Cotton family. There were guesses about where the fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba might be hiding, which interested David very much. Chapter 790. David was very envious of the intelligence network of these large nobles. If he had a corresponding intelligence network, he wouldn't need Armand and Anselm's knight to silently find the Yaba fifth-level Temple Knight. As for setting up his own intelligence network, he already had a plan. With the 513 properties spread across the great world of God, he could establish an intelligence network. However, this required someone to manage the network, and the Luce family didn't have such a person. Shaking his head, David tossed this problem aside and carefully looked through the information. There was no way he could reconcile with the Yaba fifth-level Temple Knight. With a fifth-level Temple Knight as his mortal enemy, he couldn't be at ease. David's properties were increasing, so he couldn't be as unscrupulous as before. He also had to worry about the Yaba fifth-level Temple Knight attacking his territory. Of course, attacking civilians didn't mean much, especially since David's new territory was on planet Bama. If he wanted to kill civilians on a planet like that, he would have to face a lot of pressure. The Yaba fifth-level Temple Knight didn't have David's concealment methods, and he couldn't even pass through a portal without leaving a trace. The reason why the Noble Affairs Office, the enforcers, and even the Council Hall did not openly investigate David after he had wiped out the Dennis family and committed such a huge crime was because they could not find any evidence that he had been to Planet Kaya. If a Yaba level 5 Holy Knight did the same thing, it would be hard to tell if he would be able to avoid leaving evidence on the planetary level teleportation gate or any other teleportation gate. Moreover, even if he killed those civilians, it wouldn't cause much harm to David. At most, he would have to find new civilians to farm, which would take some time and effort. Although the possibility of a Yaba 5th level temple knight attacking David's family wasn't high, David didn't want any accidents to happen. He also wanted to get rid of the Yaba 5th level temple knight as soon as possible. From the information of the Yaba 5th level temple knight and Anselm 5th level temple knight, they both guessed that the Yaba 5th level temple knight was most likely on planet OBO. This was because the planet where the two 5th level temple knights were gathered was on planet OBO. Although planet OBO didn't have a large territory under the Cotton family, it had dozens of small territories. Most importantly, the Cotton family occupied many important positions in the Noble Affairs Department and law enforcement team on planet OBO, so the entire planet OBO was under the Cotton family surveillance. As soon as David came to planet OBO through the portal, the Cotton family would immediately know. Then, the Yaba 5th level temple knight could do whatever he wanted. David didn't plan to go to planet OBO right away. The destruction of the Dennis family had caused too much of an impact. However, he was on planet Boyo at the time, and the energy clones of Augustus and Yaba 5th level temple knight had sealed the portal, so he couldn't leave. This was the perfect alibi for him. If he wanted to kill the Yaba 5th level temple knight, he would need a strong alibi. David didn't go back to the mansion. Instead, he used the planetary portal to return to planet Gamma. On planet Kaya, with a high-profile return of the Yaba 5th level temple knight and Anselm 5th level temple knight, the Lyle family and Jose family's knight also returned to their families and began to take charge of maintaining order in their territories. The large nobles that had been itching to make a move immediately quieted down and stopped targeting the Lyle family and Jose family. However, these large nobles wouldn't give up the Dennis family's territory, and the two families didn't have any intention of interfering with the Dennis family's territory either. In fact, the Lyle family and Jose family had both received a call from a few large nobles. After forming some kind of secret deal, the Lyle family and Jose family would no longer interfere with the Dennis family's matters. To the public, the two families announced the dissolution of the alliance on planet Kaya. After losing the OGest 5th level temple knight and the Yaba 5th level temple knight left the alliance, the number of 5th level temple knights in the alliance was no longer enough to maintain such an organization. After the two families announced the dissolution of the alliance, all the nobles knew that the Lyle family and Jose family had an irreconcilable conflict with the Cotton family. This was evident from the fact that the Cotton family didn't return with the other two families. Almost as soon as this announcement was made, the various properties of the Cotton family received the attention of all the large nobles. The large nobles didn't want to immediately take over the Cotton family's properties, but as soon as there was bad news, such as the death of the Yaba 5th level temple knight, they would immediately pounce on the Cotton family and rip off the richest part of it. David didn't care about the news from the outside world. He returned to his castle on planet Gamma and continued his training. In his free time, he would play with the Wraith Winged Dragon and cultivate a relationship with it. He also used his bloodline power to strengthen the Wraith Winged Dragon's constitution. Because of the undying life force, David was able to boldly use his bloodline power to strengthen the Wraith Winged Dragon's constitution. After 2 days of peace, he received news from the Minister of Noble Affairs that he had found a butler for him and wanted him to personally interview him. Since he wasn't sure if the butler was qualified, David didn't let the Minister of Noble Affairs bring the new butler to planet Gamma. If it was just the Minister of Noble Affairs, it wouldn't matter. The meeting place was at Villa 35 in Bama City. When David arrived, the Minister of Noble Affairs had already arrived with the butler for the interview. David walked into the guest room and saw the Minister of Noble Affairs and a middle-aged man in a long robe standing beside him. The middle-aged man had a small mustache that was carefully taken care of. It didn't look messy and instead gave off a shrewd aura. Butler Dickens, the butler of Duke Bertram with the Red Bull bloodline. The Minister of Noble Affairs introduced him to David. "Greetings to the Honorable Duke Arthur." Butler Dickens bowed in a standard noble butler salute. David looked at Butler Dickens with some surprise. David remembered that Duke Bertram with the Red Bull bloodline was a powerful rank 4 Sky Knight with a bad temper. Duke Bertram's family could only be considered as ordinary among the great nobles. Moreover, during the recruitment of the god of play Gladstone, 3 rank 4 Sky Knights in the family had died in battle, causing the family's strength to be greatly reduced. Butler Dickens, may I know why you left Duke Bertram? David asked directly because he wanted to find a butler he trusted. Duke Arthur, it was Duke Bertram who expelled me, Butler Dickens said with a bitter expression. David was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at the Minister of Noble Affairs. In the circle of nobles in the great world of God, a butler who was expelled by his master didn't have a good reputation. Once a butler was expelled by his master, it was almost the end of his career as a butler. No noble would be willing to accept a butler with a bad record. In David's opinion, the Minister of Noble Affairs wouldn't simply introduce a butler like Dickens, but there had to be an explanation. Arthur, Butler Dickens suggested to Duke Bertram some adjustments to the family's businesses. Duke Bertram was in a bad mood and directly expelled him. The Minister of Noble Affairs explained with a smile. David thought back to Duke Bertram's character. With his impulsive temper and the frustration caused by the loss of his rank 4 Sky Knight, it was possible for him to vent his anger on Butler Dickens. Of course, David didn't believe Butler Dickens only because of this explanation. He also believed that the Minister of Noble Affairs wouldn't lie to him about something like this. In fact, Duke Bertram's family was indeed in big trouble. Originally, the 4 Sky Knights could still control the family's businesses and properties, but with the loss of 3 Sky Knights, the family could no longer control so many businesses and properties. It was at this time that Butler Dickens suggested to Duke Bertram to reduce the family's businesses and properties, keeping the most important parts of the family's businesses and selling off the rest to reduce the pressure on the family. However, Duke Bertram didn't listen to Dickens' opinion. In fact, Duke Bertram believed that Dickens had accepted benefits from others and was trying to weaken the family's strength. Duke Bertram still had a trace of reason in his anger. Butler Dickens had served the family for many years, but he only chased him out and didn't kill him. Butler Dickens had a record with the Noble Affairs Office. He was a top-notch butler who served the greater nobles. After leaving the Duke Bertram's family, the Noble Affairs Office needed to update his record. It just so happened that David needed a butler with experience in serving the greater nobles, so the Minister of Noble Affairs personally found Butler Dickens. At the time, Butler Dickens had already decided to quit being a butler. With his knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find a job that could support his family, but it wouldn't be easy for him to live a better life. The arrival of the Minister of Noble Affairs reignited Dickens' hope. Duke Arthur was very famous, although many nobles were afraid of Duke Arthur. This also reflected Duke Arthur's strength. Butler Dickens, I need to hold a banquet of the highest quality. If you can do it, you will officially become the Duke's butler. David nodded and said to Butler Dickens in a deep voice, Master, I swear to the God of justice that I will serve you faithfully. Butler Dickens said with a deep bow. Although Butler Dickens was a normal person and swearing an oath wouldn't trigger a direct response from the God of justice, such an oath was definitely the strictest oath in the great world of God. David only asked Butler Dickens to help hold a banquet, but Butler Dickens knew very well that as long as he didn't mess up the banquet, he would be Duke Arthur's butler. Arthur, you're finally going to hold a banquet, the Minister of Noble Affairs said with a smile. This was his suggestion. When he heard David's words, he was naturally very happy. Gershwin, I'll invite you verbally first. When I'm ready, I'll send you an official invitation. David replied with a smile. He felt sincere friendship towards this friend who had done his best to help him. I'll definitely come. Let me say this first. I don't have any good gifts. The Minister of Noble Affairs replied with a smile. He thought of something else and said, The paperwork for the 20 square kilometers of territory has been completed. The territory is already yours. Find someone to take it over as soon as possible. Okay, I won't say any more words of thanks. Let's drink together. David laughed. Master, where are you going to hold the banquet? How many people will be attending the banquet? Butler Dickens went into work mode. When David and the Minister of Noble Affairs stopped talking, he immediately bowed and asked, I'm going to hold the banquet on planet Gammy. The space of this villa is a little small, and the quality is also a little lacking. As David's horizons improved, his impression of Central Square Villa number 35 also changed. As a great noble, this villa could only be regarded as a place for leisure at most. He would only come to play for a period of time every year. If he wanted to hold a formal banquet, he still needed to hold it in the castle. This was not only for the dignity of the family, but also for the respect of the guests. Arthur, has the castle on planet Gammy been built? The Minister of Noble Affairs asked in surprise. He was the one who had given the territory on planet Gammy to David. It had only been a month, and David was going to hold a banquet on planet Gammy. Was he going to hold a banquet in the open air? It's already built, but planet Gammy hasn't migrated there yet. The planet is still being transformed. I'm not going to open it for the time being. David replied with a smile. Can I go and take a look? The Minister of Noble Affairs asked. He was not purely curious. He wanted to consider David's situation. He wanted to take a look at the environment and give some suggestions. After all, Butler Dickens had just been introduced. Although he had expressed his loyalty, he was still too inexperienced. Some things cannot be said. In addition, the reason why Butler Dickens had been kicked out by the previous family was because he had raised his own opinions. The Minister of Noble Affairs did not want Butler Dickens, whom he had introduced, to be in trouble because of this. All right, Butler Dickens can come along and take a look at the environment there. I'll give you the guest list there. I also need to introduce the castle to you in person. David did not refuse. After all, he did not intend to keep the situation on planet Gammy a secret. With his current strength, especially after dealing with the Dennis family and killing August's 5th rank Temple Knight, he had a better understanding of his own strength. At the very least, if a 5th rank Temple Knight were to fight him one-on-one, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. David had 5 level 5 Holy Knights, which was enough to protect himself. In this case, it was not a big deal for him to expose some of the technology brought by the Interstellar Federation. After all, he did not impart the knowledge of the Interstellar Federation. He was only using it for his own use. Chapter 791. When the old butler Jason saw Butler Dickens for the first time, he felt a familiar aura. Butlers were attached to the aristocracy. To some extent, they had a complementary inheritance. The Baron's butler could only manage a small part of the estate, but the Duke's butler could manage a huge territory that spanned across planets. If Butler Jason was still young, he could continue to improve his ability through the inherited knowledge of the Luce family's butler. But he was old and had lost the energy to learn new knowledge. He knew this very well. Therefore, Butler Jason was already prepared for the appearance of a new butler. David's title was promoted too quickly, which made him unable to adapt to the duties of the family's butler. Especially after knowing that David got a planet as a fief, he understood that he could not manage a planet, whether it was in terms of energy or ability. Butler Jason, this is Butler Dickens. He will be responsible for the affairs of planet Gammy. There are some things that I need your guidance and cooperation on. David walked out of the reception room and introduced him to Butler Jason with a smile. David still respected Butler Jason. He was not going to let Butler Dickens touch the affairs of Bama City. The business and villa here would remain the same and be managed by Butler Jason. The climate of Bama City was pleasant. It was the best place to retire. Many aristocrats would retire here. Butler Jason, who had worked hard for the Luce family all his life, would stay in this beautiful and peaceful city. Master, I will communicate with Butler Dickens more. Butler Jason said with a bow. The two butlers looked at each other. They could feel each other's dedication. It was a unique feeling that belonged to the butler profession. Knight Andrew drove the alchemy carriage to send David, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, and Butler Dickens to the planet-level portal. David did not let Andrew Knight go with them. In the villa, only Knight Andrew could use the power of blood to open the communication circle. He could not leave. The three of them walked into the portal. With a wave of spatial energy, they appeared on planet Gammy. The Minister of Noble Affairs had been to Gammy Star before. This time, the first thing he saw was the castle that shone with a golden light under the sun. The portal was still some distance away from the golden castle. David naturally couldn't let the Minister of Noble Affairs and Butler Dickens walk over. With a thought, Nightmark, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and rose into the air. He summoned his flying mount and flew towards the portal. This place is still very simple and crude. I'll just build a castle, and I'm currently transforming the land into fertile land. David introduced with a smile. Arthur, it's unbelievable that you've built this castle in such a short time. The Minister of Noble Affairs did not listen to David's modesty and exclaimed, the construction speed of the great world of God was not fast. It was normal for a noble's castle to take decades to build. Of course, this was also inseparable from the harsh requirements of the aristocratic castle. The castle represented the dignity of the aristocrats. Every piece of rock needed to be carefully polished. It was not comparable to ordinary buildings. As long as a noble's castle was not damaged by people, it would not be a problem for it to stand for thousands of years. A well-maintained noble's castle could still be in good condition after thousands of years. This was the architectural requirement of a noble's castle. The Minister of Noble Affairs was amazed at the construction speed of the castle in Gammy Star. He was worried about the quality of the castle and was curious about the color of the castle. He could not wait to visit it. Light gold had a special meaning in the great world of God. It was an extremely noble color and represented the pinnacle. This was the color of a level 5 material, the most luxurious color. At this time, Nightmark descended from the sky. David moved his mind, and an alchemy carriage appeared in front of him. Nightmark took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. This alchemy carriage. The Minister of Noble Affairs looked at the alchemy carriage with a strange expression. He did not know what to say for a while. This was because this alchemy carriage still had the mark of the Barry family on it. It should have been stolen from the Barry family. Even a noble coat of arms of the Barry family was not changed. David helplessly explained with a smile, it's a trophy. My family's alchemy carriage in Bama, Main City is the only alchemy carriage in the family. The Minister of Noble Affairs had experienced a level 4 Sky Knight driving before, so he was not surprised by the level 4 Sky Nightmark driving. However, Stewart Dickens was shocked. In the aristocratic family he served before, a level 4 Sky Knight was the pillar of the family. It was impossible for them to be a driver, let alone a level 4 Sky Knight. Even a level 3 Earth Knight was highly valued in the aristocratic family. They would not be used as a driver. However, he did not say much. He just went up and opened the door for David and the Minister of Noble Affairs. David and the Minister of Noble Affairs entered the alchemy carriage. Stewart Dickens sat on the shaft of the carriage. Under the control of Nightmark, the alchemy carriage moved towards the castle. The Minister of Noble Affairs noticed that the carriage was moving very smoothly. This was because of the alchemy carriage, but it was also because of the road. The road leading to the castle was a wide road paved with rocks. However, what surprised the Minister of Noble Affairs was the smoothness of the road. In his eyes, the entire road was very flat. There was not a trace of a cut, let alone a rise and fall. There are landscaping plants on both sides of the road. The Minister of Noble Affairs did not recognize their species. They should be plants unique to planet Gammy. In the eyes of the Minister of Noble Affairs, this road could be compared to the main road of any large city, but it was just a normal road on planet Gammy. It must be known that the construction of the main roads in large cities was a total investment regardless of the cost. The main roads were the core area of the city and represented the face of the city. It was also a business gathering area. Only the best roads could create more value. However, to build such a standard road on the desolate planet Gammy made the Minister of Noble Affairs feel that it was extravagant and wasteful. The alchemy carriage arrived in front of the castle. 14 level 4 Sky Knights stood in front of the castle. Stewart Dickens, these are the family Sky Knights. They are usually training and will not interfere with any affairs here. If there is any danger, you can order them to help at any time. David said to Stewart Dickens, who was opening the carriage door. Stewart Dickens was shocked. 14 level 4 Sky Knights, including the one driving the carriage, meant that the family had 15 level 4 Sky Knights. Such a powerful family was unknown before. The Minister of Noble Affairs was also slightly surprised. He knew that since David could kill a level 5 Temple Knight, he must have the ability to deal with a level 5. Although the number of level 4 Sky Knights exposed was exaggerated, it was still within the acceptable range. His gaze moved away from the level 4 Sky Knight and looked at the castle. The Minister of Noble Affairs had seen many castles. He had also seen many of the castles of the top nobles, but he was still shocked by the castle in front of him. He ran to the gate of the castle impolitely and touched the light golden surface with his hand. His eyes were full of disbelief. Is this brilliant goldstone? The Minister of Noble Affairs recognized the building material of the castle, but he still couldn't believe his own judgment. Yes, I found a brilliant goldstone mine on Gammy Planet. Once there's too much of this mine, it can't be casually mined into the market. That will cause a violent shock in the market. I don't want to become the public enemy of the market. David explained with a smile. The shrines didn't find any brilliant goldstone. Otherwise, the merit points for exchanging territories would be many times higher. The Minister of Noble Affairs said, while shaking his head. The merit points for exchanging territories were based on the value of the territory. When judging the value of Gammy Planet, they only judged it as an ordinary agricultural planet. The value of the mineral resources on Gammy Planet was not high. Of course, the shrines judged the mineral resources based on the minerals exposed on the surface. The minerals buried deep underground and in the sea were completely dependent on luck. The Minister of Noble Affairs saw that there was not a single crack on the surface of the castle. He didn't believe that it was carved out of a single piece of brilliant goldstone, but he didn't ask any more questions. Butler Dickens followed David and the Minister of Noble Affairs into the castle. He was also excited. He thought that Duke Arthur was a noble family with no background. Even if they had their own planet, it was just an undeveloped planet. However, Butler Dickens realized that he was wrong. He was very wrong. Duke Arthur's family background was extremely rich. From a 15-level 4 Sky Knight to the castle made of brilliant goldstone, it all reflected the background of an ordinary noble. After entering the castle, the decorations in every corner showed the luxury and inheritance of nobles. Butler Dickens had received the highest level of butler knowledge, so he naturally knew the origin of these decorations. Each of the decorations here could be considered an antique outside. Items with a history of thousands of years were considered very recent. However, many of the decorations had traces of being erased, so he understood where they came from. These were the spoils of war that David mentioned. Butler Dickens thought about the rumors about Duke Arthur. It seemed that the rumors were true. Everything here showed the achievements of Duke Arthur. Of course, both the Minister of Noble Affairs and Butler Dickens were knowledgeable people. What surprised them was that David's qualifications did not match the luxuries of the castle. Other than the brilliant goldstone castle, the decorations in the castle were only considered normal among the nobles. Are these the robots of the Interstellar Federation? The Minister of Noble Affairs saw the two robots standing in the hall and couldn't help but ask, Gershwin, I didn't violate the agreement I signed. I'm just using the technology of the Interstellar Federation. Is there a problem with that? David didn't deny it and asked with a smile. In fact, David could completely deny it. There were ancient isolation runes on the robots to hide the internal situation of the robots. If he said that the robots were mechanical puppets, no one could say that there was a problem. The only way to expose that the robots were robots was to remove the outer shell of the robots. However, this was Gammy Planet. Those who could come to Gammy Planet were those who were approved by David. No one would do such a thing. However, the Minister of Noble Affairs was different. He knew about David's background in the Interstellar Federation. David had no need to hide this matter. If he didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that you are a genius researcher of the Interstellar Federation. The Minister of Noble Affairs shook his head and said with a bitter smile, To be honest, whether it was the Great World of God or the Interstellar Federation, both sides didn't expect David to develop so quickly in the Great World of God. One must know that David came to the Great World of God to take over the title of a baron, and it was from a declining noble family. Under normal circumstances, No matter how hard David worked, he would at most spend his life as a low-level baron. His influence would be extremely low. It was enough to have the restriction that he couldn't leak the technology of the Interstellar Federation. However, David's development was beyond everyone's expectations. With his own planet, he could use the technology of the Interstellar Federation on the planet without any scruples. This was because on his own planet, he couldn't leak the technology of the Interstellar Federation to the outside world. More importantly, in this kind of territory, David had the power to make laws and control everything in the territory. As long as he didn't blaspheme the gods in the territory, no one could interfere with the affairs of the territory. Arthur, even the servants here are robots. Don't tell me you're using robots to develop all the planets? The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs suddenly thought of something and asked again. I have the ability to protect everything here. Of course, I will choose the most beneficial way to develop the planet. David replied with a smile. I can't wait to see the expressions of your invited guests when they see the situation here. It will be very interesting. The Minister of Noble Affairs said with a smile, Master, the environment here is very good. It is enough to host the best banquet, but we still need resources and personnel. Butler Dickens bowed and reported. He toured the castle and understood the situation here. Other than the robots mentioned by the Minister of Noble Affairs, there were only the 15 Level 4 Sky Knight that he couldn't instruct. He couldn't let a Level 4 Sky Knight do the work. Besides, what he needed to do could only be done by professionals. Just tell me what you need, David said with a smile. The alchemy carriages and some decorations here lack the shadow leopard's emblem. They need to be added before the banquet. We need ingredients and chefs. The chefs need to be at least master level. If necessary, I can use my connections to invite 2 master-level chefs over. We need professional waiters, top-grade fruits and drinks. Butler Dickens stated his requirements. Chapter 792. Steward Dickens did not ask for much. In fact, the castle on planet Gammy had just been built, but there were a lot of things inside. These were the spoils of war that David had looted from the Barry family's castle. Basically, everything a castle should have was here. Steward Dickens, you can order the housekeeping robots to do the markings on the alchemy carriages and decorations. They will do as you say. The servants can also be done by the housekeeping robots. They're more efficient. As for the chef, I plan to cook myself. David said with a smile. Master, you are a duke. You don't have to cook yourself. Steward Dickens quickly said. In Steward Dickens' mind, no matter what, David was still a duke. Cooking was something that David would not be able to do. Even if David liked cooking, it was still a private hobby. He could not do it on the surface. Steward Dickens, you don't know Arthur. His cooking skills are second to none in the entire great world of God. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I want to try Arthur's cooking. The Minister of Noble Affairs said excitedly as he waved his hand. Steward Dickens, it's decided. If you have any requests, you can ask the housekeeping robots here. They could do almost any job. David said, Yes, master. Steward Dickens replied with a bow. Steward Dickens knew he knew too little about David, so he remembered everything he heard. He believed that as time went on, he would be able to do his job well and satisfy David. The Minister of Noble Affairs did not stay on planet Gammy for long. He knew David and Steward Dickens would be busy for a while. After sending off the Minister of Noble Affairs, David returned to his study room to prepare the invitations for the banquet. He needed to think about the design of the invitations. The invitations of the great world of God were all luxurious. The materials used were a combination of precious wood and precious metal. David, on the other hand, had his own considerations. He had the ability of a grandmaster alchemist, and he could make 96 alchemy items at the same time. Of course, his choice was to make an invitation letter. In his study, he busied himself for half a day before finishing all the invitations. This was already unimaginable. With his speed, other alchemists would need several months to complete the same work, and the quality of the invitations couldn't even compare. For a long time, David had been taken care of by many people in the great world of God and had made many friends. He had not paid attention to these relationships before, But after being reminded by the Minister of Noble Affairs, he realized that he had not done a good job in this regard. To the great world of God, the promotion of a noble's rank was a major event. Perhaps it would only happen once every few generations of nobles. So it was not an exaggeration to say that the nobles placed great importance on the promotion of their noble's rank. David did not say anything about the promotion of his noble's rank, especially to the duke rank. This would make the other nobles feel that he was different, and it would also affect his reputation in the noble circle. Therefore, he paid extra attention to this banquet. This was also a way for him to show his family's heritage to his friends. Perhaps David's family was not as powerful as those old nobles, but he also had his own uniqueness. He was a genius researcher of the Interstellar Federation who was recorded by the Noble Affairs Office and the shrines. He had the legal right to use technology from the Interstellar Federation. There was probably no other noble in the great world of God who had the same privilege as David. After he showed the Interstellar Federation technology on Gammy, the shrines would definitely fill in the loopholes in this regard. David was probably the only noble who could use the Interstellar Federation technology. David handed a pile of alchemy invitations to Butler Dickens. These alchemy invitations would be sent to the invitees by Butler Dickens. After David left, Butler Dickens curiously looked at the list of invitees. He needed to distribute the invitations one by one according to this list. But when Butler Dickens saw the list of invitees, he was secretly shocked. This list of invitees was the real foundation of the family. David's connections in the great world of God made him amazed. Main family. Lord Gould received the invitation from Butler Hayes. Arthur finally remembered to hold a banquet. Lord Gould said to Butler Hayes with a smile. These days, Lord Gould's life had been much easier. David's ability to kill a level 5 Temple Knight benefited the main family, which was close to him. Originally, Lord Gould had a hard time taking care of the 4 top families who had lost their lords. But since the destruction of the Dennis family, those who wanted to threaten the 4 top noble families' industries had restrained themselves a lot. David was not only a powerful ally of the main family, but also a ruthless madman. When David was in the limelight, it was not worth risking offending David for a little benefit. Lord Gould had invested in David before, but he did not expect the return to come so quickly. How could he not be proud of himself? Master, Duke Arthur has also sent an invitation to young Master Charlie. Butler Hayes saw that Lord Gould was in high spirits and bowed to report. It's Charlie's luck to have such a friend, but the gap between Arthur and Charlie's strength is getting bigger and bigger. Let Lek watch Charlie's cultivation. Lord Gould ordered in a deep voice as he thought of Charlie's cultivation. Baron Lek was Charlie's uncle, but it would not be easy for Baron Lek to control Charlie. Although Butler Hayes knew, he could only bow and agree. Arthur's invitation is somewhat novel. Lord Gould could not help but smile as he felt the alchemy energy from the invitation in his hand. It was not that there were no nobles who used alchemy invitations, but they were all top nobles with considerable wealth. There were very few great nobles who used alchemy invitations. The main reason was that there were very few good alchemists. Not all nobles would spend a lot of energy and money to make an invitation. If they used other materials of the same value to make an invitation, the effect would not be much different. More importantly, the invitation could only be used once. It was too wasteful to use an alchemy invitation. Even the most extravagant nobles could not afford it. The alchemy invitation letter was made of brilliant gold stone and several kinds of metals. Apart from the words invitation letter, there were also a few dustproof, waterproof, and fireproof patterns drawn on the surface. These patterns could keep the alchemy invitation letter clean at all times. Lord Gould opened the alchemy invitation. There were no words on the inside of the alchemy invitation. It was densely drawn with complicated patterns, and 2 small top-grade krypton crystals were inlaid in the middle. When the alchemy invitation was opened, energy flowed out from the small top-grade krypton crystals and lit up the complicated patterns one by one. When the last line lit up, a moving image was projected on the top of the alchemy invitation. It was a miniature version of planet Gammy in space. As the field of view moved closer, planet Gamma enlarged. The continents were displayed as planet Gamma rotated and finally fixed on the first continent. The field of view zoomed in again. The first continent was enlarged and quickly approached the ground from a high altitude. Soon, a beam of light rose from the super-large me-gathering magic circle on the ground. The field of view zoomed in again, and the beam of light disappeared. The center of the field of view was focused on a pale, golden castle. After the castle could be seen clearly, the field of view shifted to the opposite side of the castle. A line of words appeared on the castle. Duke Arthur of the Shadow Leopard bloodline invites the great Lord Gould to planet Gamma to attend a banquet celebrating his promotion. Perhaps this kind of invitation was nothing in the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation had many ways to make an invitation more beautiful and gorgeous than David's alchemy invitation. However, this was the great world of God. David did not use any Interstellar Federation technology. He completely relied on his Grandmaster alchemy ability and the combination of various high-level alchemy patterns to create this effect. If there was any connection between the alchemy invitation and the Interstellar Federation, it would be that David used the design concept of the Interstellar Federation. Lord Gould looked at the alchemy invitation in his hand, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for David. Arthur is very thoughtful, but this is too wasteful. Lord Gould only needed to look at the extremely complex patterns inside the alchemy invitation to imagine how advanced the alchemy techniques used in the alchemy invitation were. Without the skills of a Grandmaster alchemist, it would be difficult to create such an alchemy invitation. Ever since the great world of God lost 5 Grandmaster alchemists in the war with the god of plagues, the number of Grandmaster alchemists in the great world of God had dwindled to single digits. This made it much more difficult to invite a Grandmaster alchemist. After the image on the alchemy invitation stopped for a few seconds, a small line of words appeared at the bottom. It stated the specific time of the banquet and specifically stated that Duke Arthur would be the one to cook. When Lord Gould saw that Duke Arthur was cooking, his eyes flashed with surprise. He was very clear about David's cooking ability, but even if he was a lord and a level 5 temple knight, he did not have the authority to order a nobleman to cook for him. Lord Gould had bought the heartwarming lotus seed soup from David as a potion. Indeed, the heartwarming lotus seed soup was a potion for a level 5 temple knight, and it was an extremely powerful top-notch potion. Now that he had the opportunity to taste David's cooking, Lord Gould did not want to miss it. David was very famous in the great world of God, especially after the destruction of the Dennis family and the death of Augustus, a level 5 temple knight. David's reputation was even more well-known in the noble circle. There was no evidence to prove that David was the culprit. The investigation of the case by the Noble Affairs Office, the law enforcement team, the council hall, and other institutions did not even contact David, but this did not affect the nobles' judgment of David. David had also become a rising star among the nobles from an ordinary noble, and his destructive power was comparable to the top nobles, which was recognized by many nobles. At this time, there were rumors of Duke Arthur's banquet in the noble circle. It was normal for nobles to hold banquets. Almost every day, nobles held banquets in many places in the great world of God. But something unexpected happened. The stewards of the 49 level 5 temple knights who participated in the battle of the god of plague, Gladstone, asked Steward Dickens to attend the banquet. The 49 level 5 temple knights fought with David, and because David bore the attack of the god of plague, he indirectly protected these level 5 temple knights. This made the level 5 temple knights owe David a favor. After the news that David could kill a level 5 temple knight spread, the level 5 temple knights were the ones who did not question this matter. Being able to withstand the attack of the god of plague and not die made the 49 level 5 temple knights look at David in a new light. Otherwise, these 49 level 5 temple knights would not have so easily expressed their gratitude to David on the spot. In order to strengthen their friendship with David, the 49 level 5 temple knights applied to attend the banquet without caring about their reputation. In fact, when David's strength was recognized by the level 5 temple knights, David's strength and a level 5 Temple Knight's strength were equal. Therefore, the level 5 Temple Knights did not lose much face by applying to attend the banquet. Friendship was deepened through communication, and there were not many opportunities to communicate with David. This was the first time David held a banquet, so the level 5 Temple Knights who wanted to build a deeper friendship with David would not miss this opportunity. David came out of the kitchen and put the cooked dishes into his space ring. He had prepared these for the banquet. This banquet was set to be a cold banquet, so he needed to prepare enough dishes. These days, as long as he had free time, he would cook a batch of dishes. In any case, he did not have to worry about the taste of the dishes changing when they were stored in his space ring. Master, here are the 49 heraldic cards. Please take a look. Butler Dickens said as he handed a stack of heraldic cards to David. Why are there so many people coming to see me? Did something happen? David asked in surprise. He took the heraldic cards and saw that they were all familiar to him. They were the heraldic cards of the 49 level 5 Temple Knights who had participated in the Divine War with him. Master, they want to visit you on the 8th of August. Butler Dickens reminded. David immediately understood. The 8th of August was the day he held the banquet. The 49 level 5 Temple Knights wanted to visit him on that day. The meaning was obvious. I will immediately prepare an invitation letter for them. Send it to them as soon as possible. He put away the heraldic cards and said to Butler Dickens. David did not expect that his banquet would actually alarm so many level 5 Temple Knights. It was not that he had not thought about these level 5 Temple Knights before, but he had no contact with them after the Divine War. He was also worried that rashly sending out an invitation letter would be rude. Chapter 793. 8th of August. Dickens was wearing a brand new butler suit as he stood in front of the teleportation gate. Next to him were 15 alchemy carriages with shadow leopard insignia. 15 level 4 Sky Knights were sitting in the alchemy carriages, ready to pick up guests at any time. Outside the pale gold castle, Jason stood outside the gate. This was his last time serving the Luce family as the head butler. Because the number of invitations sent out this time exceeded their expectations, Butler Dickens took the initiative to request for Butler Jason's cooperation, and Butler Jason gladly agreed. Jason was very proud. From today onwards, the Luce family would show the great world of God the splendor of a family that had been around for thousands of years. Even when the Luce family was at its peak, they had not been able to own a planet as their territory. Jason had seen this scene with his own eyes. He had been fighting for the prosperity of the Luce family his whole life, and the excitement in his heart was unimaginable. He looked back at the pale gold castle behind him. This place would become the proof of the glory of the Luce family. While Jason was thinking, a list in his hand flashed. He looked at the list in his hand. This wasn't an ordinary list, but an alchemy list. After Butler Dickens confirmed the identity of the guest, he would arrange the alchemy carriages to send the guest over. Through another alchemy list, Butler Jason would know which guest had arrived. In other nobles' banquets, this work would be done by servants, but there were no servants on planet Gammy. Plus, David himself was an alchemy grandmaster, so this small matter was done by making a few alchemy lists. Butler Jason stood up straight with a sincere smile on his face. Shrines of Justice Forbes has arrived. Steward Jason announced loudly when he saw a priestess in a formal priestess robe from the Temple of Justice disembarking from the alchemy carriage. David was still in the hall, doing a final check with the AI system. When he heard Jason's voice, he quickly stopped what he was doing and quickly walked to the door. Duke Arthur, long time no see. Priest Forbes handed a gift to Jason and bowed to David, who just came out to greet him. Forbes, we are friends. You don't have to treat me like an outsider in private. You're the first one to come here. Come take a look at my castle. David said bluntly as he helped Priest Forbes up. Priest Forbes had a smile in his eyes. He knew that Arthur was still the Arthur he knew. The Arthur who had returned from the Interstellar Federation with him didn't forget about his friend just because his title and strength had increased. Brilliant Goldstone Castle. Arthur, your castle will become a legend in the great world of God. I really want to take a good look at it. Priest Forbes smiled and entered the castle with David, arm in arm. Using the precious, brilliant gold stone as a construction material, the appearance of the castle could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire great world of God. David brought Priest Forbes around the castle. It was still early, and only someone like Priest Forbes, who had known David for a long time and had a close relationship with him, would arrive so early. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs has arrived. Jason's voice came from the door. Let's go and welcome an old friend together. David invited Priest Forbes with a smile. It has been a while since I met with the Geschwins, Priest Forbes said as he walked. When they arrived at the door, they saw the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs handing a gift to Jason, who in turn handed the gift to the housekeeping robot. Everyone's gift would be recorded by the AI system and stored in a separate warehouse. Forbes, I thought I was the first one to arrive. I didn't expect you to be the first one. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile as he stepped forward and hugged Priest Forbes. I'm here to help, Priest Forbes said with a smile as he explained the reason for his early arrival. Let's go together, Arthur. You don't have many people here, so we'll be half hosts. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said to David. Thank you, Gershwin Forbes, David said with a bow. Arthur, there's no need to thank us. We are very proud. We brought you from the Interstellar Federation to the great world of God. I didn't expect to bring back a famous duke. I won't be surprised if you become a top noble in a few years. Priest Forbes said with a sigh. Forbes is right. Who would believe that you were just a researcher in the Interstellar Federation a year ago? The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. It was rare for old friends to meet again, so the three of them chatted at the entrance to pass the time. David did not hold back. When David was still weak, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes had stood up for David and resisted the evil intentions of the other nobles. At that time, David had treated them as his good friends. It was also at that time that they formed a deep friendship. An hour later, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when the first batch of guests was supposed to arrive. Normally, the higher the status of the guests, the later they would arrive. The banquet started at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and would only end at night. The guests arriving at 2 o'clock were either those who thought that their status was lower, or those who were familiar with David and could ignore their status. Knight Eds has arrived, Butler Jason announced. David stepped forward and walked towards Knight Eds, who had just alighted from the alchemy carriage. Knight Eds. David saluted with a noble teacher's salute. It was a salute that was only given to one's teacher. Greetings, Your Excellency Duke Arthur. Knight Eds hurriedly bowed in return. He did not dare to accept such a heavy bow from David. Although Knight Eds was David's initiate knight, it was only a transaction. He did not expect that he would one day initiate a knight for a duke. This duke was still a level 4 Sky Knight. Knight Eds was so nervous that his body could not help but tremble. This was the natural reaction of a normal knight when they saw a level 4 Sky Knight. When he received the invitation, he could not believe it. Even when he was teleported to Planet Gammy and sat in the alchemy carriage driven by a level 4 Sky Knight and met Duke Arthur, he still felt like he was in a dream. Knight Eds, you can rest over there. If you need anything, just ask the servant. David saw that Knight Eds was nervous. He did not say much to Knight Eds and immediately made arrangements. Priest Forbes walked over and led Knight Eds to the resting area outside the castle. There were 4 housekeeping robots there to serve the guests. Knight Eds sat in the resting area and looked at the housekeeping robots that looked like mechanical puppets. He did not make any requests. Fraser, Minister of Public Security, and Clarence, Law Enforcer, have arrived. Butler Jason announced. This time, it was David and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs who came forward together. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs knew both of them. They were both officials of the great world of God. Naturally, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs led them to the side and sat down. Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, this is? The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs were both from the Aristocratic Affairs Department. They had met not long ago, so they did not treat the housekeeping robots as strangers. Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, this is a robot from the Interstellar Federation. You also know the origin of Duke Arthur. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs did not hide anything. David had also expressed his attitude regarding the use of the Interstellar Federation technology on planet Gamma. He directly replied, "Is there any trouble?" Clarence Law Enforcer was very familiar with the laws of the great world of God. He asked softly. Of course, he did not think that this was illegal. As long as David dared to take out the housekeeping robots at this kind of banquet, it meant that there was no problem. Clarence Law Enforcer had a professional instinct. He would ask if there was any possibility of breaking the law. Duke Arthur has signed a contract with the Aristocratic Affairs Department and the Shrines. As long as Duke Arthur does not leak the Interstellar Federation technology, it is legal for him to use it himself. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs explained with a smile. His explanation was considered an official explanation from the Aristocratic Affairs Department for David. He was a high-ranking official in the Aristocratic Affairs Department, so his words were very effective. "Give these two glasses of red wine." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs waved his hand to summon the administrative robot and ordered. He then smiled and said to the two of them, "I still have to help greet the guests, so I won't accompany you. Please." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Clarence Law Enforcer bowed and said. They watched as the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs walked to Duke Arthur's side and stood in the host position. They could not help but look at each other with envy in their eyes. Although these officials had a lot of power in their hands, this power was not worth mentioning in front of the real great aristocrats. Duke Arthur had become one of the great aristocrats that they had to pay attention to. In terms of strength, he was beyond the scope of a great aristocrat. Being a close friend of a great aristocrat like Duke Arthur was countless times better than having the power in their hands. At the very least, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs could borrow Duke Arthur's influence at any time. "The War Shrine's Bishop McKinley has arrived," Butler Jason announced. The two officials could not help but look at each other. Bishop McKinley was not an ordinary person. He was one of the shrines of the War Shrines. He was a bishop who held the real power of the War Shrines. He had a high chance of becoming an archbishop. Although Bishop McKinley was only a level 4 priest, his status was not inferior to a level 5 expert. The power in his hands was even feared by the top aristocrats. "Duke Arthur, planet Gamma has been built well by you." Bishop McKinley smiled and saluted David. This was a form of etiquette between friends of equal status. "This is also thanks to your help," David replied with a smile. "Let's not talk about this. You are very busy. I will go and rest by myself." Bishop McKinley patted David's arm and motioned for David to stay. He then waved his hand and walked towards the resting area. Bishop McKinley did not bring any of his priestesses over this time. With his status, this was unimaginable. This also showed that Bishop McKinley valued David. He did not put on any airs, which showed that they were on equal footing. When the Minister of Public Security and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs saw Bishop McKinley walking over, they quickly stood up and bowed. Bishop McKinley bowed slightly. He did not speak to the two of them. He sat down casually and waved his hand to call for an administrative robot to order red wine. The red wine had been stored for more than 100 years. Not only was it expensive, but the quality was also top-notch. How extravagant! Bishop McKinley sighed as he picked up the red wine and took a sip. The Minister of Public Security and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs sat down carefully. They did not dare to speak for a while. With such a big boss sitting next to them, it gave them a lot of psychological pressure. "The great Lord Gould of the Main family has arrived. Knight Charlie of the Main family has arrived," Butler Jason announced. The Minister of Public Security and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs twitched their mouths at the same time. Knighty Dees had already stood up. As a Knighty Dees, he did not know the two officials or Bishop McKinley. However, it was impossible for him not to know who the Great Lord was. That was the top existence in the great world of God. It was the pinnacle of worldly power. It was an existence as noble as a king. Bishop McKinley was also surprised because he saw Lord Gould come in his original body. How much face did it take for Lord Gould to come in his original body, even if the risk was very small? "Greetings to Lord Gould, Charlie." David smiled and bowed. "Arthur, I didn't expect you to have reached this step." Lord Gould looked at David in front of him and said with amazement, After seeing that David was already a level 4 sky knight with his own eyes, Lord Gould, who had read the information, was still extremely shocked. He looked up at the castle nearby and continued to be shocked, but he did not say anything. "Arthur, is this castle made of brilliant gold stone?" Knight Charlie could not help but ask with his eyes shining. "Yes, I still have this idea, because of Main Castle," David replied with a smile. Main Castle was built of celestial stone. It was a castle with a dreamy color. David was very impressed with it. "Your castle is much better looking than Main Castle," Knight Charlie said without any scruples. However, when he saw Lord Gould's angry eyes, he quickly shut his mouth. To be honest, David preferred castles made of celestial stone. The color was more in line with his aesthetic, although the value of celestial stone was far less than that of brilliant gold stone. But who told him to find a brilliant gold stone mine on Gammy Star, not a celestial stone mine, so he could only use brilliant gold stone to build a castle? Chapter 794. This time, Lord Gould didn't bring any attendants. He came here to support David. Only Baron Leck accompanied him. This level 4 sky knight of the main family, Charlie's uncle, didn't even have the right to speak to David. He just stood respectfully to the side. David was about to lead Lord Gould to rest, but Lord Gould waved his hand to stop him. He looked at the alchemy carriage in the distance with a smile on his face. "War Shrine's Annabella Knight has arrived," Steward Jason announced as soon as the alchemy carriage stopped. Annabella Knight came down from the alchemy carriage. She saw Lord Gould waving his hand casually, then smiled and bowed to David. "Annabella Knight, welcome." David bowed to welcome her. "Duke Arthur, Gould praised your cooking ability in front of me. This time, you personally cooked, so I must come and taste it," Annabella Knight said with a smile. Annabella's status as a holy knight was special. When she appeared, apart from the Lord of Gould, even Bishop McKinley stood up and bowed to her. The Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes couldn't help but smile bitterly. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. A guest of this level could only be received by David himself. David didn't have to worry about Annabella, as she was a level 5 knight. Lord Gould took her to the rest area. As they were both level 5 knights and good friends, they naturally didn't have to worry about boredom. Lyle family's Armand Knight has arrived. Jose family's Anthem Temple's Knight has arrived. As Steward Jason continued to shout, 2 alchemy carriages stopped, and a 5th-ranked Temple Knight Armand and a 5th-ranked Temple Knight Anthem walked down from them. David stepped forward to pay his respects, but the 2 Temple Knights of the 5th rank looked at the 2 distant Temple Knights in bewilderment, their expressions full of astonishment and shock. Armand and Anthem's Knight had also come in their original bodies. They had just formed a relationship with David, and they wanted to strengthen this relationship with a sincere attitude. But as soon as they arrived, they found that Lord Gould of the main family and Annabella of the War Shrines had both come in their original bodies and had arrived earlier than them. At this moment, Armand's Knight and Anthem's Knight were rejoicing in their decision to reconcile with David. Not to mention David's terrifying battle achievements. Just by looking at his connections, their 2 great noble families couldn't compare. The arrival time of the banquet was regulated. For Lord Gould and Annabella's Knight to arrive in advance, it showed that they had a close relationship with David. If Lord Gould and Annabella's Knight hadn't revealed their close relationship with David at this banquet, Armand and Anthem's Knight simply wouldn't have believed it. None of the 5th-level Temple Knights were simple, and those who could reach this step were all geniuses among geniuses. For example, Annabella's 5th-level Temple Knight was fine. She had the identity of an oracle and acted without scruples, but Lord Gould represented the main family, and everything he did had to consider the interests of the main family. How could he act it well? The 2 5th-level Temple Knights, led by David, sat next to Lord Gould and Annabella's 5th-level Temple Knight. Afterwards, more than a dozen small nobles from Bama City who had friendly relations with David, as well as Count Hendren of the Kearney family, a subsidiary of the main family, and so on. The arrival of these nobles made the entire resting area no longer look so empty. Lord Gould beckoned to the Minister of Noble Affairs who was leading the guests, and the Minister of Noble Affairs hurriedly trotted over. Minister of Noble Affairs, there are so many seats in this resting area. Are there still many guests? Lord Gould asked, puzzled. He knew David the best, and he was very clear about David's sphere of influence. Now, almost all the connections that David had made in the past year were here. This was already terrifying enough, but there were still more than half of the seats here, which puzzled him. I heard that some of Duke Arthur's recent friends are coming. The Minister of Noble Affairs had only heard David mention it, but he didn't know the specific situation, so he could only explain what he knew. Gould, I heard that Heaviside's 5th-level priest is also coming. Annabella's Temple Knight said with a smile. Lord Gould was shocked. Nobles had a close relationship with the church, but once a priest reached the 5th level, he would rarely participate in the nobles' banquets. Just as Lord Gould wanted to ask more, he and Annabella's Temple Knight couldn't help but stand up. It wasn't just them. 5th-level Temple Knight Armand, 5th-level Temple Knight Anselm, and Bishop McKinley also stood up and looked at the distant sky. They only had one feeling. Was this the start of a new divine war? Flying from the distant sky were the energy avatars of the 49 5th-level Temple Knights. They didn't take alchemy carriages, probably because there weren't enough alchemy carriages for them to arrive at the same time. David also rose into the sky and greeted them. On the other side, those who could fly all flew into the sky. In the face of the 49 5th-level Temple Knights, no one could ignore them. Duke Arthur, sorry to disturb you. Duke Arthur, long time no see. Duke Arthur. Some of the messy greetings didn't affect the enthusiasm of these 5th-level Temple Knights. Some of these 5th-level Temple Knights were lords, while others were 5th-level Temple Knights of the top nobles. But last time when they participated in the recruitment of shrines, their status as lords didn't have much effect. This time, the 49 5th-level Temple Knights met to give David a surprise. It also represented the attitude of these 49 5th-level Temple Knights. They were David's friends. The scene in the sky was a little chaotic. Lord Gould and Annabella Temple Knight greeted the 49 5th-level Temple Knights. Among them, there were good friends, and some were just acquaintances. There were even some who had conflicts, but everyone gave face to David and behaved politely. Everyone knew that David, a genius with no potential, was bound to become a peak existence among the 5th-level Temple Knights in the future. He could now easily kill a 5th-level Temple Knight, and when he reached the 5th level, his strength would be looked up to by any of the 5th-level Temple Knights present. Everyone was here as guests, and this wasn't the place to settle their problems. For a moment, the sky and the ground were divided into two parts. In the sky were the highest existences in the great world of God, absolute power in the secular world. Each of them represented a force. The people on the ground could only look up at the sky and stand respectfully. But the people on the ground didn't have a trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, they were full of excitement and excitement. Most of the people on the ground might not be able to see the scene in front of them in their lifetime, the gathering of more than 50 5th-level Temple Knights. The arrival of the 5 5th-level Knights warmed up the atmosphere. The friendship of the 5th-level Temple Knights made the 5th-level Temple Knights talk about the war. The last to arrive was Bishop Bolin of the Earth Shrines. He didn't come late. According to a normal noble's banquet, his presence was a great show of respect. When Bishop Bolin arrived in his alchemy carriage, the scene in the sky frightened him. It was indeed a shock. Anyone who saw the scene of dozens of 5th-level masters in the sky would feel an extreme impact. Bishop Bolin glanced at Lord Gould in the sky and shook his head helplessly. He didn't wait for Steward Jason's announcement and directly flew into the sky to join in the rare networking. This kind of opportunity was too rare. If he had known this would happen, Bishop Bolin wouldn't have waited until now to come. Everyone, since all the invited guests are here, please enter the hall. The banquet will officially begin. David activated his bloodline power and amplified his voice. The people on the ground didn't move. In a place as strict as the great world of God, If these powerhouses in the sky didn't enter the hall, they wouldn't be able to enter. Under the guidance of David, all the guests enter the hall. Thank you for coming. This banquet is held to celebrate my promotion to the title of Duke. I also take advantage of this banquet to thank my friends who have cared and helped me. It was your help that allowed me to come to the great world of God alone to have my current achievements. Thank you to the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. It was you who worked hard to bring me back from the Interstellar Federation and protected me along the way. Thank you to Lord Gould of the Main family. You have done a lot for me. Thank you for coming. Please raise your glasses and drink. David said loudly after the 10 housekeeping robots delivered glasses full of red wine to everyone. The Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes' faces flashed with excitement. They felt extremely proud to be mentioned in front of so many Level 5 Temple Knight. This was the honor David gave them. People in the great world of God valued honor even more than life. The red wine was poured into their mouths. All the people present were nobles or aristocrats. They were as familiar with red wine as farmers were with their crops. Of course, the 49 Level 5 Temple Knight here in Energy Avatars couldn't taste the red wine. If they wanted to taste it, they needed to use a small item long-distance teleportation array. Although most of the Level 5 Temple Knight's energy avatars carried a small item long-distance teleportation array, it was extremely rude to set up a small item long-distance teleportation array on this occasion. Only after the banquet officially began would the energy avatars set it up. Arthur, this is not the 100-year-old wine from before, but the quality of the red wine is many times higher than that. Lord Gould said aloud as he tasted the red wine in his mouth. At this time, Lord Gould was a little glad that he came in his original body and could taste the red wine of this quality first. Lord Gould, this is the red wine I brewed with the technology of the Interstellar Federation. Of course, the raw materials are more advanced, so the quality is naturally higher. David replied with a smile. As a Grandmaster Culinary, David also had the ability to brew wine at the Grandmaster level. It was just that due to the problem of time, there was no time to use the traditional method of brewing wine in the great world of God. He could only use the top research platform he brought from the Interstellar Federation and use energy conversion technology to directly create the top quality wine. Of course, he added a trace of undying life force into the water he used. The undying life force forcibly raised the quality of the top quality wine by a level. This made so many knowledgeable nobles feel the extraordinariness of the red wine. Although the Level 5 Temple Knight who used energy avatars didn't drink the red wine, the energy avatars also had a sense of smell. They could feel the transcendent quality of the red wine just from the smell, because David added a very small amount of undying life force. It didn't affect the emotions of the Level 5 Temple Knight like the heartwarming lotus seed soup. This was also the result of his special control. Just the heartwarming lotus seed soup alone was enough to attract the attention of many Level 5 Temple Knights. If he dared to casually take out red wine or food that could improve the emotions of the Level 5 Temple Knight, then his benefits would be far less than the trouble he would face. The raw materials of the heartwarming lotus seed soup were extremely special. This had long been circulating among the nobles. Plus, there was only so much heartwarming lotus seed soup produced, so it was already a transparent matter. As long as David cooked and sold the majority of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, he wouldn't have to worry about too much trouble. This way, David would get the corresponding benefits without causing trouble for himself. At the same time, the top nobles would also have to protect his property on Bama Star. No wonder you would use a 100-year-old wine as an ordinary wine. You have something better, Lord Gould said with a slight light in his eyes. He had already planned to order red wine from David. This red wine was much better than the red wine in his collection. It wasn't just Lord Gould. The nobles present were all astute people. This red wine was definitely the best in the great world of God. In the future, whether it was for themselves to drink or to serve as a guest, it would be excellent. After Lord Gould finished speaking, many lords with similar status as Lord Gould although they didn't taste it because of their energy avatars, saw Lord Gould's evaluation and didn't want to fall behind. Everyone, today is a wine party, not a wine sales party. If you want to buy this red wine, you can contact Butler Dickens through your family after the party. Of course, the brewing of this red wine isn't easy, and I can't make it full-time. So, at most 1,000 bottles per year, I will distribute according to everyone's needs. David quickly waved his hand to stop the noble's request and suggested. In fact, only a few lords had asked for the red wine. As for the other nobles, because the lords had made the first request, they couldn't snatch it. Originally, they wanted to buy from David later. But after hearing David's words, this red wine was probably only available for these lords. Chapter 795. What a pity, the nobles thought to themselves. They knew that after today, Duke Arthur's red wine would become the best red wine in the great world of God. If they missed today, they would never be able to drink it again. I believe no one has any objections to giving 200 bottles to the shrines of war out of the 1,000 bottles, right? Bishop McKinley stood up and asked the nobles. It was a question, but it was a forced allocation. Although the lords didn't want to give up the red wine, they wouldn't offend the war temple because of this. Although Bishop McKinley was only at level 4, he was representing the war temple when he stood out in the name of the war temple. Bishop McKinley, if the shrines of war can get 200 bottles, the shrines of earth will need the same. Bishop Bullen said to Bishop McKinley with a smile. After Bishop Bullen finished speaking, he looked at the nobles. Although the nobles were dissatisfied, they didn't want to be the first to speak up. Bishop Bullen had no other choice. With such a great quality of red wine, it would definitely become the highest quality red wine in the divine world. It would have been fine if he had not attended this wine reception. But since he had come, how would the other members of the Serene Shrine view him if he did not get the same share as Bishop McKinley? Shrines had to entertain their guests. Those who were entertained by shrines were important figures in the great world of God. The shrines had always been the ones who entertained their guests with the best wine. Everyone, I'm of low status, but the shrines of justice of the God of justice also need the same share. If any of the nobles have any objections, please raise them. Bishop Forbes said with an apologetic smile as he stood up and bowed with his wine glass. After Bishop Bullen stood up, the nobles knew that the shrines would order red wine from Duke Arthur no matter which time it was. The guests weren't surprised when Bishop Forbes stood up. Even Bishop McKinley and Bishop Bullen looked at Priest Forbes with admiration. Priest Forbes was able to use the power of the two bishops to fight for the interests of the shrines of justice, which was worthy of their praise. The 5 level 5 priests belonged to the 5 shrines, but because of their status, they did not participate. These 5 level 5 shrines only had a high position in the shrines, but they didn't have any real power. They were in retirement mode and had long lost interest in the power of the shrines. Therefore, they wouldn't fight for the benefits of the shrines. However, the lords present all looked helpless. In an instant, the 1,000 bottles of red wine were reduced to 400 bottles, and they couldn't object. The banquet has officially begun. Everyone, please enjoy. David announced loudly. He didn't want to continue the topic of red wine. He didn't expect the red wine matter to be so big. The red wine was just something he did casually. Although the cost of producing red wine through the Interstellar Federation's research station was very high, and all of it consumed top-grade krypton crystals, he could build a wine factory on Gamma star using the Interstellar Federation's technology. A fully industrialized factory would naturally increase the production. Of course, David wouldn't sell the red wine in large quantities. The value of the red wine would increase due to the scarcity. This sales technique was often used in the Interstellar Federation, and it was extremely effective. In an instant, David's superbrain had already designed a way to deal with the red wine. In addition to selling a portion of the red wine every year, he could build a large wine cellar. The quality of the red wine stored for a long time could continue to improve, and the longer it was stored, the higher the quality. As soon as David announced the start of the banquet, the energy avatars of the 49 level 5 Holy Knight took out their own small long-distance teleportation magic circles and spread out, placing the red wine in the magic circles. It was estimated that only the energy clone of a fifth-rank Temple Knight would have such a strange scene appear in a cocktail party. As the light of teleportation flashed, many of the level 5 Holy Knights' energy avatars had an extremely intoxicated look on their faces. The energy avatars of the level 5 Holy Knight looked at David with extremely fervent gazes, making David feel a little uncomfortable. As for the rest of the guests, except for a few who understood David's cooking ability, the rest were too embarrassed to rush to the dishes on the side table. They were still taking small sips of the red wine in their hands. Annabella Temple Knight glanced at the guests, and the corner of her mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. She didn't have any evil intentions, but she felt that these people didn't know what was the most precious. Her main body had already smelled the aroma coming from the dishes. The aroma made her somewhat unable to bear it, and she had the urge to take a big bite. Annabella Temple Knight immediately took a fancy to the cream ice cream on the table, which was blended with many colors and formed a beautiful pattern. The cream ice cream also used water with a trace of undying life force as its raw material. Or it could be said that David had added an extremely small amount of undying life force to all the dishes here during the cooking process. In addition, David's ability surpassed that of a top-notch Grandmaster chef. Every dish he made was of the highest quality in the world, whether it was in the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation. Annabella Temple Knight elegantly picked up a spoonful of cream ice cream and placed it on a small plate. When she put the cream ice cream in her mouth, her eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Annabella Temple Knight's demeanor disappeared in an instant. She replaced the small plate with a large one and took half of the cream ice cream. Lord Gould was just as interested in food as Annabella Temple Knight. He had come in his main body to enjoy the food personally cooked by David. This was one of the few dishes in the great world of God that could move him. Among the guests, many were paying attention to Lord Gould and Annabella Temple Knight. Their status was considered extremely high among the guests, and they had come in their main bodies. Seeing the performance of these two important figures, the guests naturally understood that the dishes this time were most likely extraordinary. The guests were pleasantly surprised, and one by one, they turned into gluttonous mode while facing the food. Even the two bishops of the shrines and the 5 level 5 priests took food from the table and sped up their eating speed. David held a cold meal banquet. The food here was mainly cold food, and it was in the style of a buffet. The wine was added for the guests by the housekeeping robots on the side. According to the normal process, a noble's cold meal banquet was not mainly about food, but to provide a place for the nobles to communicate. The food was just a tool to adjust the atmosphere. Many nobles in the cold meal banquet did not even touch the food at all. At most, they would drink some red wine and other drinks. However, today was the complete opposite. In the huge hall, the guests' minds were all focused on eating. Aside from the sound of chewing and praising the food, there was no conversation in the banquet. The energy clones of the level 5 Temple Knight had come to make friends with David, but at this time, they were also attracted by the food. The small item long-distance teleportation circle flashed continuously, as if it did not consume top-grade krypton crystals, sending the food back to their main bodies. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the guests here finally woke up from the temptation of the food. They began to behave more normally and began to communicate with each other. David held the red wine in his hand and smiled as he talked with every guest. He grasped the timing very accurately and took care of every guest without wasting too much time. Not only did he let the guests feel the host's enthusiasm, but he also did not let David waste too much time. Everyone, I'm very sorry, but the next dessert is limited due to the limited amount of ingredients. Only one per person. David looked at the time and gently tapped the wine glass with the spoon, making a crisp sound to attract the attention of the guests, and said with a smile. A few housekeeping robots came over with trays. On each tray was a small and exquisite bowl. It was the Chinyao Manor's specialty, the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Cough, cough. Lord Gould saw the heartwarming lotus seed soup and could not help but feel his heart ache. This was a treasure that was useful for level 5 temple knights, and David actually used it as a normal treat. What a waste of a treasure. Excuse me, please don't drink the heartwarming lotus seed soup if you are not level 5. I could buy it at a high price. The Annabella Temple Knight did not have the slightest scruple. Her status was one of the highest in the great world of God, and even the major shrines had to give her face. She said directly to the guests. David was also a little embarrassed, but fortunately, the Annabella Temple Knight was not talking to him. As the host, he took out the heartwarming lotus seed soup, and he had already done his duty. Annabella Temple Knight, if you like it, then I'll give it to you. You don't have to buy it. A noble bowed to the Annabella Temple Knight and said. In the process, the noble did not even touch the tray of the housekeeping robot. The rest of the guests who were not level 5 did not want to become enemies with the Annabella Temple Knight because of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. They all gave the soup to the Annabella Temple Knight. The level 5 masters present who did not know the effects of the heartwarming lotus seed soup all had a strange look on their faces. Although the Annabella Temple Knight had a domineering personality, she had never behaved so rudely before. After the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight sent the heartwarming lotus seed soup back to the main body through a small long-distance teleportation circle, the expression on the clone's face became very interesting after a few minutes. This effect, the level 5 Temple Knight Armand and the level 5 Temple Knight Anselm, came here in their original bodies, so they were the first to taste the extraordinariness of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. They looked at each other and saw the same answer in each other's eyes. Although a level 5 Temple Knight was powerful, it was extremely rare for a level 5 Temple Knight to have a good ending. All level 5 Temple Knights will be troubled by emotional loss. In order to solve this problem, a level 5 Temple Knight could be said to have done everything possible. A level 5 Temple Knight was the strongest in the world of the great world of God. Naturally, they had the power to obtain the most benefits. If they wanted, they could obtain resources that ordinary people could not even imagine. However, there were very few resources that could really affect a level 5 Temple Knight's emotions, and the effect was just barely satisfactory. However, the first feeling a level 5 Temple Knight had after taking the heartwarming lotus seed soup was that it was the best medicine to restrain a level 5 Temple Knight's emotional loss. Their need for the heartwarming lotus seed soup was even stronger than the red wine before. The red wine was just for enjoyment, but the heartwarming lotus seed soup could prolong the time of consciousness, which was equivalent to prolonging one's life. The level 5 Temple Knight understood the actions of the Annabella Temple Knight just now. If they had known the effect of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, they probably would not have let these guests who were below level 5 waste it. The key was that everyone knew that the heartwarming lotus seed soup's ingredients were only produced in one place, Qingyao Manor, and the annual production was extremely low. More enthusiastic gazes were once again directed at David. The heartwarming lotus seed soup did not have this effect before, so the effect of the heartwarming lotus seed soup was naturally related to David. Duke Arthur, can we talk about the heartwarming lotus seed soup? Many level 5 Temple Knight came to David's side and asked the most direct question. Everyone, Lord Gould is fully in charge of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. This is something that I have already agreed upon with Lord Gould. If you have any needs, you can look for Lord Gould. David smiled and nodded to Lord Gould before speaking to the level 5 Temple Knight. Immediately, the level 5 Temple Knight surrounded Lord Gould. Lord Gould's face showed a helpless expression, but of course, this was only on the surface. He was actually very happy inside. In case these peak nobles and level 5 Temple Knight formed a loose alliance because of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, even if it was only for the sake of the heartwarming lotus seed soup supply, these peak nobles would lend him a hand when he needed it. As for the so-called agreement regarding the heartwarming lotus seed soup, Lord Gould knew that David could deny it at any time. The current David had the strength to do so, but David still handed over such a huge benefit to him, which made Lord Gould feel that he had not misjudged him. In the past, The reason why Lord Gould didn't promote the heartwarming lotus seed soup was because it was made by David. Without David's approval, Lord Gould could only provide a small portion of the soup to a few of his close friends. But now that David had said so, he could naturally guarantee the supply to the greatest extent. As long as the Chinya Manor's production wasn't wasted, the majority of it could be supplied to these level 5 Temple Knight. The atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax because of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, especially since the level 5 Temple Knight's conversations were no longer in formality, but rather in harmony. David didn't try to snatch Gould's central position, as he didn't have the qualifications to have such a position. Lord Gould had used the heartwarming lotus seed soup's assistance to obtain friendship beyond imagination, and David's relationship with Lord Gould could also be used. Chapter 796. Everyone, there's still a roasted camel that I need to cook. Excuse me. David came to Lord Gould's side and explained softly. Go. Without waiting for Lord Gould's reply, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple waved her hand and said, Today, Annabelle Temple Knight of the Annabelle Temple fully displayed her strength. She alone consumed more food than 5 people. If David had not anticipated this and prepared a large amount of food, the guests would have finished all the food before the banquet ended. The housekeeping robots kept on delivering food, replenishing the food on the table. David smiled and bowed to Lord Gould and the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. As the host, he had to have a reason to leave the banquet. Although his voice was soft, most of the people present were level 5 powerhouses. Naturally, they heard him. Many people were interested in the main dish David prepared. The barbecue of the cold meal banquet was an important dish. The guests were looking forward to the roasted camel that David mentioned. David left the hall and increased his speed. He quickly passed through the corridor and entered the underground training room through the stairs. The door of the training room was covered with runes. The safety runes drawn here could prevent others from accidentally entering. Pushing open the door of the training room, Abel saw an ancient, mid-sized portal in the middle of the room. This kind of portal that did not leave any traces after use was extremely rare in the great world of God. David did not activate the portal immediately. He scanned the walls of the training room with his will. Many of the ancient isolation runes were in operation. Only then did he relax. To use the teleportation gate under the watchful eyes of dozens of level 5 powerhouses without being discovered, this pressure was not small. Fortunately, the ancient isolation runes were effective enough to completely isolate the spatial energy from the portal within the training room. David activated the portal. After a few minutes, he waited for the portal to fully activate and stepped into it. When he reappeared, he was already in a sealed underground space. There was also an ancient, mid-sized teleportation gate here. This ancient, mid-sized portal was dismantled by David from a hidden safe house on Lone Star. Since the battle between the God of Plague and Gladstone, Lone Star had lost much of its value. David was also worried about the safe house. After all, it was not a safe house that he had made himself. There was the risk of the evil god's followers finding it at any time. Therefore, he took the time to go to Lone Star and dismantled the ancient medium-sized portal in the safe house. This ancient mid-sized portal was placed on planet Obu. During this period of time, David did not idle around. First, he sneaked into planet Obu in the state of a lightning body. The shadow attendant was able to find the hiding place of the level 5 Temple Knight. As long as the shadow attendant was within a range of 1,000 meters, he would be able to enter and exit any defensive runes at will. After David's investigation, he found that the level 5 Temple Knight's main body and energy clone were not separated. They were both inside Yes Sun Castle. Yes Sun Castle was not very eye-catching. Among the many castles of the Cotton family, it was just a very normal castle. There was nothing special about it. There were no important resources near Yes Sun Castle. It seemed like this castle was the least likely place for a level 5 Temple Knight to stay. Even the Lyle family and the Jose family's information did not list Yes Sun Castle as a possible location. However, after David had investigated many important targets, he decided to investigate Yes Sun Castle on a whim. He found an underground structure underneath Yes Sun Castle. Yes Sun Castle not only had an underground space that could isolate the outside world, but it also had a portal that could be used by a single person. In the underground space, the Shadow Attendant found a level 5 Temple Knight and 15 level 4 Sky Knight. These were the elites of the Cotton family. David did not alert them, although he did not have any evidence to prove that he had wiped out the Dennis family. Many of his close friends had already warned him that he was being watched by the shrines. If there was no more evidence, David would be subjected to the strictest investigation since the level 5 Temple Knight was killed. They would even mobilize the Temple of Justice to forcefully establish evidence against him in order to prove everything he said. The people who warned David included Bishop McKinley, Annabella Temple Knight, and Bishop Bowen. They were all high-ranking members of the shrines, so they knew a lot of things that others would not know. That was why David chose to make his move during the banquet. He chose an ancient portal that did not have any identification because he did not want to leave any traces behind. The underground sealed space was 10 kilometers away from Yes Sun Castle. It was also the place that David had chosen. Above the underground sealed space was a huge mountain. Other than people like David who had the ability to move underground, they would have to destroy the mountain in order to find the underground sealed space. Also, the sealed space was filled with ancient isolation runes, which ensured the safety of the place. The little shadow pterosaur stayed in David's arms. This was the result of his persuasion. He did not want the little shadow pterosaur to be exposed before it matured. David took out a small piece of level 3 strengthened meat and used it as the price to get the shadow pterosaur to reluctantly agree to go into the summoning ring. After doing all this, he activated the lightning body. Then he drew out a bolt of lightning from the lightning pattern in his soul space and inserted it into the lightning. With the underground stealth activated, he quickly moved towards his target 10 kilometers away in the form of a bolt of lightning. The McCarthy family was one of the top noble families. Their leader, Lord Cager, was also a level 5 Temple Knight. His strength was one of the higher level 5 Temple Knights. Lord Cager was not the only level 5 Temple Knight available to the McCarthy family. There was another level 5 Knight in the family who was in his prime. The so-called level 5 Temple Knight referred to a normal level 5 Temple Knight. In this generation of the McCarthy family, there were 2 level 5 Temple Knights. This greatly increased the power of the McCarthy family and allowed them to gain a lot of benefits. They had become one of the top nobles in terms of strength. Of course, having an extra level 5 Temple Knight was not enough for the McCarthy family to challenge the other top nobles. Although the top nobles did not have many level 5 Temple Knights, they had many level 5 Temple Knights who were in seclusion. These level 5 Temple Knights were the ultimate weapons. Once they were used, they would not rest until they were dead. Before the death of all the Temple Knights of the 5th rank were confirmed, no other first-rate nobles dared to provoke them excessively. This was a foundation that normal big nobles did not have. Lord Cager was very ambitious. Although he did not make a move against the top nobles, he was constantly eating away at the big nobles' benefits. The McCarthy family was also one of the people who were actively involved in dividing the Dennis family's territory. On the other hand, Lord Cager received a gift from the Cotton family. It was an alchemy token with a detection pattern drawn on it, and the detection information was left on it. After looking at the test pattern, Lord Cager immediately contacted the level 5 Temple Knight and arranged for a meeting to be held in the Yason Castle on planet Obu. Lord Cager's energy clone sat in the guest hall of the castle. He looked at the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight with a hint of mockery in his eyes. If it wasn't for the test pattern, he wouldn't have come to see the level 5 Temple Knight. Yaba Temple Knight, can you tell me where the information on the alchemy token came from? Lord Cager asked with a faint smile. Lord Cager acted like he didn't care, but how could the level 5 Temple Knight not know what he was thinking? To be able to appear here as a top nobles, even in the form of an energy clone, meant that Lord Cager attached great importance to the test pattern. The level 5 Temple Knight said in a deep voice, "As long as Lord Cager does me a favor, I can tell you the test pattern on the alchemy token, including the location of the item. Lord Cager smiled and said, "Yason Knight, a pregnant crystal of unknown size is not enough for me to risk offending the main family." Lord Cager naturally knew what the Level 5 Temple Knight wanted. The news of the Level 5 Temple Knight and Ogius Level 5 Temple Knight attacking Duke Arthur with their energy clones had long spread. With Duke Arthur's concrete evidence, the Level 5 Temple Knight was being questioned by the Noble Affairs Office. It was said that even the meeting hall was collecting evidence. The Level 5 Temple Knight might have to go to the meeting hall for investigation. Although the meeting hall couldn't give a heavy sentence to the Level 5 Temple Knight, a large amount of compensation was inevitable. This wasn't the main point. The Level 5 Temple Knight didn't dare to appear in public because he was afraid of being killed. The other of the two 5th-ranked Temple Knights that attacked Duke Arthur, Auguste, had already been killed. Everyone believed that if a 5th-ranked Temple Knight dared to show himself, he would be the next to be killed. This was why Lord Cager looked down on the Level 5 Temple Knight. He was scared out of his wits by a Level 4 Sky Knight. Although Ogius Level 5 Temple Knight's death was strange, Lord Cager didn't believe that it was something a Level 4 Sky Knight could do. It was more likely that it was with the help of multiple Level 5 Temple Knights. Therefore, Lord Cager didn't focus on Duke Arthur. Instead, he focused on the main family. In his opinion, the most likely person to help Duke Arthur was the main family. Perhaps Lord Gould of the main family didn't make a move, but with Lord Gould's connections, it wouldn't be a big deal to ask a few Level 5 Temple Knights to help. It was said that Lord Gould had a potion that was effective for Level 5 Temple Knights. In Lord Cager's opinion, it was this potion that made Lord Gould help Duke Arthur. Because the ingredients of the heartwarming lotus seed soup came from Duke Arthur's Chinyao Manor, it was very likely that the effects of the soup came from Duke Arthur. Lord Cager felt a sense of superiority, as if he had seen through everything. He felt sad that the Job 5 Holy Knights had yet to find the right enemy. As long as there was a large amount of information, it wouldn't be difficult to find out. However, this kind of information only belonged to the top nobles. The Cotton family of a Level 5 Temple Knight didn't have this kind of ability. "Lord Cager, I don't need to be enemies with the main family. I just need your family to get rid of Duke Arthur. Then the information of the pregnant crystal will be yours." The Level 5 Temple Knight emphasized. The Level 5 Temple Knight wasn't crazy to be enemies with the main family. He also didn't understand what Lord Cager was thinking. How could he complicate something so simple? With the relationship between Duke Arthur and the main family, if I make a move against Duke Arthur, it would be the same as offending the main family. The bargaining chip you gave me isn't enough. Lord Cager was like a patient fisherman looking at the big fish that was the Level 5 Temple Knight. Lord Cager knew that if the Level 5 Temple Knight had a choice, he wouldn't have chosen to look for him. The Cotton family was originally part of the power union that rejected the top nobles. It was also because of the estrangement between the members of the power union and the top nobles that the power union formed to fight against the top nobles. Now that the Cotton family had found Lord Cager, it meant that the Cotton family had lost the protection of the power union. This went against their principles. How could a Yaba 5th-ranked Temple Knight do such a thing unless there was no other way out? What if we add the Cotton family? The Level 5 Temple Knight said with an ugly expression. Lord Cager chuckled. He was waiting for these words. He was very willing to accept the allegiance of a big noble family. If the Cotton family became a vassal of the McCarthy family, then everything of the Cotton family could be used by the McCarthy family. With the help of the Level 5 Temple Knight, the power of the McCarthy family would greatly increase. Then we are a family. Do you have any plans, Yaba Temple Knight? Lord Cager asked with a smile. The Level 5 Temple Knight's heart was bleeding. After this incident, his family would never be able to escape the control of the McCarthy family. Originally, with the Cotton family's power, if they wanted to make friends with the top nobles, they would prioritize becoming allies. They wouldn't become a vassal family. However, if they didn't offer these conditions, Lord Cager wouldn't help them sincerely. The Level 5 Temple Knight had seen Duke Arthur's true power. He was able to block the attacks of 2 level 5 Temple Knights for a few seconds. Duke Arthur's power was probably higher than any level 4 Sky Knight. He was very close to a level 5 Temple Knight. If Lord Cager didn't use the full power of the McCarthy family, the consequences of attacking Duke Arthur would be the same as the previous attack. Chapter 797. While Lord Cager and the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight were discussing, the invisible shadow attendant was standing beside them. Their discussion was all heard by David, who was sharing his mind with the shadow servant. At this time, David's people were already outside the defensive shield next to the castle and could rush in at any time to launch a surprise attack. When David heard the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight mention the pregnant crystal, he couldn't help but hesitate. Should he kill Lord Cager as well? Lord Cager came in the form of an energy clone. Even if he killed the clone, he wouldn't be able to shut up Lord Cager. It was a good thing that the Yaba rank 5 Temple Knight had only mentioned the incubating crystal, but he hadn't mentioned where it was. David didn't wait any longer. He decided to immediately attack the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's main body. He couldn't let the Yaba level 5 Knight reveal too much information. The shadow attendant didn't stay beside Lord Cager and the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight. The shadow attendant's figure disappeared into the ground. In the largest room in the underground space, the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's main body sat in the middle. Beside him were 15 level 4 Sky Knights in a night battle formation. Of course, the night battle formation wasn't activated. It just maintained the position of the night battle formation. If there was any danger, as long as the level 4 Sky Knights activated their bloodline power, the night battle formation would be activated. That way, the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight would be able to borrow the power of the 15 level 4 Sky Knights to increase his main body's strength to a level beyond that of a normal level 5 Temple Knight. Based on the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's understanding of OGist level 5 Temple Knight, he knew that OGist level 5 Temple Knight was also a cautious person. There was no way he wouldn't be prepared, which was why he placed so much importance on defense. Unfortunately, one could only be a thief for 1,000 days. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. The Yaba level 5 Temple Knight focused all his attention on his energy clone. He needed to focus most of his attention on his energy clone during the negotiation with Lord Cager. Only then would he be able to deal with an old fox like Lord Cager. At the same time, with the arrival of Lord Cager, there were now 2 level 5 knights in Yes Sun Castle. This made the level 5 Yaba Knight feel very relieved. Yaba, a level 5 Temple Knight, remembered that day when he and Ogiest, a level 5 Temple Knight, attacked Duke Arthur. Duke Arthur had no power to fight back and was forced to flee. Even if Duke Arthur had the ability to assassinate a 5th level Temple Knight, he wouldn't be able to face 2 5th level Temple Knights at the same time. In the eyes of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight, as long as Lord Cager was in Yes Sun Castle, he would be safe for the time being. The 15 level 4 Sky Knights had been maintaining this defensive posture for the past few days. Although they didn't say anything, they were already getting impatient. They didn't understand how scary David was. In the eyes of these level 4 Sky Knights, knights were supposed to attack. Defending was not what knights were supposed to do. However, they couldn't disobey the orders of a level 5 Temple Knight. Therefore, on the surface, it looked like the 15 level 4 Sky Knights were assisting in the defense. But in reality, they were already distracted. There wasn't even a level 4 Sky Knight on duty. They were all in a half-dormant state. The shadow attendant entered the room and stood next to the main body of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight. David channeled the spatial energy into his body from the transcendent stiletto next to his calf and activated his innate ability, Spatial Dash. A flash of lightning passed through 10 meters of space outside the defensive barrier of Yes Sun Castle and appeared underground. At the same time, he removed his lightning body and returned to his human form. While David was making his move, David controlled the shadow attendant to release Harlow, Michael, Bear, Harry, and Crow. Harlow and Michael controlled the arms of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight, while Bayer and Harry controlled the lower limbs of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight. The main attacker was Crow. He was wearing a full set of level 5 knight armor and a level 5 light longsword in his hand. In addition to the bloodline power of the level 5 light longsword, Crow was in his strongest state as a level 5 Temple Knight. Because of his successful attack on OG's level 5 Temple Knight last time, David had a lot of confidence in attacking a level 5 Knight this time. Adding on the fact that Crow was a level 5 Temple Knight, David had a lot more freedom in terms of manpower. This time, he didn't even need to take the risk himself. The level 5 Temple Knight under him was enough to attack. Of course, David wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. He scanned the space pendant with his power of will, and 96 black spears appeared out of thin air and attacked the 15 level 4 Sky Knight. With the combination of the Grandmaster level Knight Battle Formation and the Grandmaster level Knight Battle Formation ability, the 96 black spears were like 96 level 4 pure strength knights attacking the 15 level 4 Sky Knight at close range. The sudden attack startled the level 4 Sky Knight, who was about to receive the terrifying attack. What made the level 4 Sky Knight feel even more pressured was the terrifying aura of the 5 level 5 Temple Knights that suddenly appeared. This made the level 4 Sky Knight's movements even slower. This step was life and death. Out of the 96 black spears, 15 spears pierced the level 4 Sky Knight's body and ended the battle. The moment the black spears pierced through, the level 4 Sky Knight's resistance was dissolved. The shadow attendant flew over and sucked away the 15 level 4 souls. On the other side, the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight reacted even slower than OG's level 5 Knight. Of course, this was because his mind was focused on the energy clone in the castle above. When the danger arrived, the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight didn't even have time to put on his knight armor. His limbs were all controlled by the level 5 Temple Knight. The only thing he could do was to send a short call for help to Lord Kager through his energy doppelganger. Then, he would recall the energy doppelganger back into his body and temporarily increase his combat power while waiting for Lord Kager's help. Basement, save me. The energy clone of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight, who was discussing with Lord Kager about how to deal with Duke Arthur, suddenly spoke. Afterward, the energy clone of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight disappeared in front of Lord Kager, leaving Lord Kager alone in the guest room. Lord Kager was also a level 5 Temple Knight, so he naturally understood that the disappearance of the energy clone didn't mean that the clone had died. Instead, the clone was very close to the main body, so the energy clone could teleport back into the main body. This was a special energy clone ability of a level 5 Temple Knight. Within a certain distance, they could use the connection between the main body and the energy clone to quickly retrieve the energy clone. Lord Kager was a bit hesitant. He understood what the level 5 Temple Knight's call for help meant. He wanted him to go down to the basement to save the level 5 Temple Knight's main body. However, even if Lord Kager didn't believe the rumor of OG's level 5 Temple Knight being killed, he wouldn't easily do anything if his own safety was at stake. In the basement, the energy clone of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight returned to his sea of consciousness. Just as it was about to be summoned to assist in battle, a level 5 light longsword pierced through the heart of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight. The Yaba level 5 Temple Knight didn't even have the chance to resist before being killed by Crow's sword. During the entire attack, the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's main body couldn't do anything because he didn't have time to put on his armor. This allowed Harlow, Michael, Bayer, and Harry's blood power to directly affect the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's body. The 4 level 5 Temple Knights didn't even need to attack. They just used their blood power to disperse the blood power in the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's limbs and body. The battle lasted for a second, from the beginning to the end. In this room of the underground space, any knight could have destroyed it with his full strength, but 15 4th-rank Sky Knights and a 5th-rank Temple Knight couldn't even release his bloodline's power, and were all dealt with. The shadow attendant flew over and absorbed the soul of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight. David scanned the room with his power of will and collected all the corpses and portal items. David's power of will finally stopped at a control card in the room. It was the control card for the defense circle of Yaba Castle. He didn't put in a portal item so he could know if someone had triggered the circle at any time. He fiddled with the control card for a while, and within a few seconds, the protective barrier of a defensive circle recognized him. He didn't stay in the room for long. Once again, he activated his lightning body's innate ability and mobilized the lightning within the lightning pattern. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he used his underground stealth ability to pass through the defensive barrier and quietly left the scene. The Lord of Cager opened the door. He didn't know what was going on in the basement, but he couldn't just leave like that. If he left now and the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight wasn't killed, then his negotiation with the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight would come to an end. His plan to take over the Cotton family would also fail. However, the Lord of Cager couldn't risk going to the basement himself. He didn't want to lose his energy clone. Steward, the energy clone of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight, went to the basement. Go check it out. Cager immediately had an idea when he saw the butler standing by the door, ready to serve at any time. The steward knew who the Lord of Cager was. Although he was curious why the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight would go to the basement at this time, he didn't dare to disobey the Lord of Cager's orders. Yes, the great Lord of Cager. Please wait a moment. The butler bowed respectfully and took a few steps back. Then, he turned around and walked towards the basement. As the Lord of Cager was waiting, he heard the steward scream, followed by the screams of the servants. The Lord of Cager only heard the screams, but there were no screams of pain. He guessed that the enemy had left the basement. Lord of Cager, Lord Yaba, is missing. A servant scrambled in front of the Lord of Cager and reported in a very rude manner. Bring me there. The Lord of Cager didn't pursue the matter and ordered in a deep voice. Under the guidance of the servant, the Lord of Cager arrived at the basement. He saw the steward standing there with a pale face. There was an open door in front of the steward, but there was no one inside. The Lord of Cager guessed that something had happened to the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight, so he asked in a deep voice, how did the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight disappear? Master and 15 Sky Knights were in this room together. If they wanted to leave, they would have to go through the passage outside. The knight guarding the passage outside didn't see them leave. Lord of Cager, did Master say anything to you? The steward looked at the Lord of Cager expectantly and explained. The Lord of Cager looked at the layout of the room. The isolation runes on the walls made it so that even if he was in the castle, he wouldn't be able to find the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's main body. He also didn't know that the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight's main body was here. According to the steward, not only was the main body of the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight, but there were also 15 level 4 Sky Knights. The Lord of Cager sniffed. Although his energy clone's sense of smell wasn't that good, he still caught the smell of fresh blood. Without hesitation, the Lord of Cager turned around and left. He didn't care about the steward's question. His energy clone rushed out of the basement and flew into the sky. He wanted to leave the Yaba Castle. He couldn't stay here for even a second. Damn it, why did I think of negotiating with the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight? Why did I trust the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight? I shouldn't have come. The Lord of Cager mumbled to himself. At that moment, the Lord of Cager was really scared. That completely sealed underground room and the defensive barrier he set up when he arrived at the Yaba Castle were terrifying existences that could assassinate a Yaba level 5 Temple Knight. He actually wanted to face the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight together. No wonder the Yaba level 5 Temple Knight wanted to use the Cotton family as a bargaining chip and drag him into this mess. Facing such an enemy, the Lord of Cager only had one thought. He couldn't make an enemy out of this person. Even the McCarthy family wouldn't be able to protect him against such a terrifying existence. The Lord of Cager couldn't imagine that someone could sneak into a room filled with isolation runes, kill a level 5 Temple Knight and 15 level 4 Sky Knight, and then leave without a trace. The Lord of Cager's speed reached its peak. He arrived at the planetary teleportation gate and chose the McCarthy family's teleportation gate. It wasn't until he stood in his family's castle that he finally calmed down. Immediately check where Duke Arthur is right now, the Lord of Cager ordered loudly. Then he thought of something and added, don't let anyone know that the McCarthy family is investigating. Chapter 798. David walked into the hall with a smile. Behind him were two housekeeping robots pushing a four-wheeled wooden rack. On the wooden rack was a roasted camel. This dish did not belong to the great world of God, nor did it belong to the Interstellar Federation. It was a dish from David's previous life. Of course, this roasted camel was not roasted at this time. He had roasted it before the banquet and put it in the dimensional pendant. He took it out now to explain the 10-minute time that David had left the banquet hall. In fact, even if David did not do this, no one would suspect that he had used the 10-minute time to kill a level 5 Temple Knight. The Annabelle Temple Knight appeared beside the wooden rack in a flash and asked David, Duke Arthur, is this the roasted camel? Give the Annabelle Temple Knight a piece. David ordered the housekeeping robot. The housekeeping robot used a simple table knife to cut a piece of golden meat from the roasted camel and placed it on a carved silver plate. It was delivered to the Annabelle Temple Knight. The Annabelle Temple Knight did not have the habit of being polite. She reached out and took a bite. Her face was full of surprise. The roasted camel was extremely complicated to make. It was a test of the cook's ability to control fire. In addition, the camel was huge. The slightest mistake would cause the dish to lose its extreme feeling. During the cooking process, David also added a small amount of undying life force to improve the quality of the roasted camel. It should be known that when the roasted camel was cooked successfully, its quality would surpass most dishes. Not to mention the undying life force, this dish became the best of all the dishes in the banquet. The rest of the guests could not resist this temptation. They all stepped forward and took the plates with the meat from the housekeeping robot. Even the energy clones of the level 5 Temple Knight did not let go of this dish. They took the meat and sent it back to the main body through a small, long-distance teleportation circle. Of course, the tableware had to be sent back. Every tableware used at the banquet was a treasure. The knight let go of the food and let the roasted camel be consumed quickly. After the roasted camel outside was eaten, the roasted whole lamb inside was exposed. The eyes of the Annabella Temple Knight lit up again, and she was the first to come over. She took a piece of roasted lamb, and then the roasted lamb was instantly divided. Inside the roasted lamb was a roasted goose, inside the roasted goose was a roasted chicken, inside the roasted chicken was a pigeon, inside the pigeon was a fish, and inside the fish's belly was an egg. Annabella was a knight of the temple, and with an unrivaled momentum, she ate until the last egg was snatched away by her. Duke Arthur, if you have any trouble in the future, just prepare a table of dishes cooked by you. Annabella, the knight of the temple, recovered from the aftertaste of the egg, her eyes shining as she spoke. Shrines of Heaviside and Bishop McKinley wanted to cover her mouth, but they didn't dare. Annabella was a knight of the temple. She was an oracle who had received 2 blessings and was the favorite of the god of war. She said that she would help David solve his problems, and there was almost no trouble that could stop her unless David did something blasphemous. Annabella, knight of the temple, I accept your promise. David immediately replied with a bow. How could he let go of such an opportunity? Most of the guests in the banquet were envious, and even the lords were the same. After eating the roasted camel, it was already night time. According to the rules of the banquet, this was the end of the banquet. David took a glass of red wine, walked to the middle of the banquet hall, and lightly tapped the edge of the glass with a spoon. Thank you for coming, everyone. It's time to leave, and I've prepared a gift for everyone. Don't forget it when you leave. I won't make it up after today. David made a small joke, and the guests all laughed. Steward Jason and Steward Dickens stood outside the door. Knight Mark was behind the 2 stewards, and the other 14 level 4 Sky Knights stood in 2 rows, ready to serve the guests at any time. David's initiation knight was the first to leave. His status was low, and he had the opportunity to gather with the top nobles, which was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. When the Knight of Eds walked to the two stewards, Mark Knight took out an alchemy wooden box from a space ring and handed it to Steward Dickens, who handed it to the Knight of Eds. Knight of Eds, we'll meet again if we have the chance, Steward Jason said with a smile. Steward Jason, thank Duke Arthur for me. It's the pride of my life to enlighten Duke Arthur, Eds said solemnly as he took the alchemy wooden box. Knight of Eds sat in the alchemy carriage driven by the level 4 Sky Knight. In the alchemy carriage, he looked at the alchemy wooden box in his hand. Even though he didn't have much experience, he could tell that this box was made of a precious alchemy wood. The pattern on the box showed that it was extraordinary. He gently opened the box, and a bottle of red wine was revealed. Knight of Eds was excited. Duke Arthur was really generous. He saw several shrines and top nobles fighting over this red wine at the banquet. It was easy to imagine how precious this red wine was. Eds wasn't the only Knight of Eds who was satisfied with the gift prepared by David. Every guest was very satisfied. They also wanted to bring this transcendent red wine back home to share with their families. After sending off the guests, only the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes were left in the castle. They were left behind by David. Gershwin, Forbes, this is the heartwarming lotus seed soup for you, David said as he delivered the heartwarming lotus seed soup in front of them. Arthur, you don't have to do this. The heartwarming lotus seed soup is only a delicacy for ordinary people like me. A level 5 knight of the temple needs it more. The Minister of Noble Affairs refused. He had seen the performance of those temple knights of the 5th rank using the heartwarming lotus seed soup, so he was very clear about its extraordinariness. Gershwin, this is not just for you. The heartwarming lotus seed soup has the effect of repairing damage to the body. It also has the effect of prolonging life. You haven't practiced cultivation, so you only need 2 lotus seeds. The rest can be shared with your family. It can ensure the health of ordinary people, David explained with a smile. A bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup had 18 lotus seeds. For ordinary people like the Minister of Noble Affairs, a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup was enough to feed 9 people. Then I'll accept it. The Minister of Noble Affairs immediately took the heartwarming lotus seed soup and said with a smile. Priest Forbes also took the heartwarming lotus seed soup with a smile. If it was someone else who said that heartwarming lotus seed soup could prolong life, he wouldn't believe it. However, since it came from David, he had no choice but to believe it. Gershwin, I still have something to consult you about. You and Forbes can rest in the castle for the night. David made the arrangement. Arthur, I won't be staying. I have something to do with the shrines. I have to go back tonight. Priest Forbes said helplessly. Forbes, that's too bad. I can still enjoy breakfast here tomorrow morning. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The Minister of Noble Affairs said to Priest Forbes with a big smile. After the level 4 Sky Knight sent Priest Forbes away, David brought the Minister of Noble Affairs back to the hall and called for Butler Dickens, who was instructing housekeeping robots to clean up the hall. After entering the study, David took out a stack of property rights documents and placed them on the table. Butler Dickens, from today onwards, you are officially the butler of the Luce family. You will be in charge of all affairs. Here are some property rights documents that you need to take over. If you encounter any trouble, you can use the level 4 Sky Knight at any time. If you still can't handle it, let me know, David said as he pointed at the property rights documents in front of him. Master, thank you for your trust, Butler Dickens said with excitement as he bowed. Today's banquet allowed him to see how powerful this ancient and vigorous family was. Almost half of the guests in the banquet were top-notch nobles in the God's big world. Nobles from all the 5 shrines had come to the banquet. Even Butler Dickens had never heard of a banquet of this scale, let alone Duke Bertram, who had the bloodline of the Crimson Bull. Butler Dickens was very excited and proud to become the butler of such a powerful family. He could even become the most powerful butler in the great world of God with this. Butler Dickens flipped open the property rights documents and couldn't help but be stunned. The number of property rights documents here far exceeded his imagination. This wasn't a small amount of work. It was tedious and troublesome, but he was very excited. He could finally use his abilities. Butler Dickens was in his middle age, the age where his energy and thoughts were the most vigorous. He had the inheritance of the Duke's butler, but he had never been able to use what he had learned. When he was in Duke Bertram's family, Duke Bertram's temper was so bad that Butler Dickens couldn't use what he was good at. When the family was in trouble, Butler Dickens stood up and spoke up, but he was chased away by Duke Bertram. Duke Arthur gave Butler Dickens a chance to use his abilities. Everything here was brand new, so he needed to set up rules and strengthen management. Gershwin, I still need your help with the property rights documents here. Change the property to my name. I hope you can keep it a secret. David turned to the Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs and said with a smile. The Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs heard David's words and flipped through the documents in front of him. No problem. The documents here are complete. Even if you do it normally, you won't run into any trouble. I can let my trusted subordinate handle it. Also, I can raise the authority to check the property to my level. In a Noble Affairs office, unless it's someone with a higher rank than me, they won't be able to check the owner of this property. The Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs said as he closed the documents. This was within his authority, so he didn't need to do anything. When you take over the property, I'll let my subordinate go with Butler Dickens. With the Noble Affairs office handling it, there will be less trouble. The Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs suggested. Then I'll have to trouble you. David agreed with a smile. Although the Noble Affairs office was only an administrative organization that managed the affairs of the nobles, it had absolute power over ordinary people. No ordinary person dared to go against the Noble Affairs office. With the property rights documents, there was no problem in taking over 513 properties. There would only be some small trouble. The Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs could minimize the trouble as much as possible. Butler Dickens, you have to take over the property on Bamistar as well. If you need help, ask the Sky Knight to help. David instructed Butler Dickens. Yes, master. Butler Dickens nodded. He realized that David didn't hand over Gamistar to him, but this power was enough. Butler Dickens secretly decided that he must do his best and let David see his ability. In the end, David would hand over Gamistar to him. David didn't think about Gamistar. The place was managed by an AI system, so Gamistar wouldn't be open for a long time. The desert management of the third continent was still in progress. There were still 3 other continents waiting to be managed. In addition, all the public facilities on Gamistar had to be built, which would take a lot of time. Even if all of it was done by the engineering robots, it wouldn't be finished in a short period of time. Armin's 5th level Temple Knight and Anthem's 5th level Temple Knight returned to Kaya's star together. As soon as they walked out of the planet-level portal, they saw the 2 stewards waiting outside the portal. What happened? Armin's 5th level Temple Knight asked curiously. If it wasn't something serious, the stewards wouldn't be in such a hurry to wait outside the portal. This could be seen from the steward's anxious expression. Master, there's news from the Cotton family. The Job Temple Knight has gone missing. Along with the Job Temple Knight, 15 4th-level Sky Knights have gone missing. The steward bowed and reported in the softest voice possible. Only the Lyle family and the Jose family received this information first. The other noble families didn't know about this yet. Of course, this didn't mean that the Lyle family and the Jose family had more information than the other noble families. It was just that they and the Cotton family were members of the Union of Forces, so they had always been in contact with each other. Although the Cotton family had left the Union of Forces, this kind of connection couldn't be removed in a short period of time. The Cotton family had some members of the 2 noble families that had married out, and they had some close friends. As soon as something happened to the Cotton family, they received the news. If it wasn't for the fact that Armin's 5th level Temple Knight couldn't contact him, this information would have already been delivered to him. When did this happen? Armin's 5th level Temple Knight quickly asked. About an hour ago, the steward replied. Armin's 5th level Temple Knight had a strange expression. An hour ago, the banquet was still going on. How could something have happened to the 5th level Temple Knight? Who did it? Chapter 799. Who did it? It wasn't only the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Armand who asked this question, but also the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Anthem, who had just returned, asked the same question. Lord Cager asked in his heart as he sat in his castle. He was holding a stack of information that had just been delivered to him. Duke Arthur, whom Lord Cager suspected, had just finished his banquet. There were close to 60 level 5 experts in attendance, and the scale of this banquet was the highest in the past few decades. Duke Arthur didn't have the time to attend the banquet and kill a level 5 job knight. He was the host of the banquet, so he couldn't leave. Lord Cager was glad that he didn't make an agreement with a level 5 job knight. Duke Arthur's influence was so great that it would be troublesome to make him an enemy. Butler, Lord Cager called out to the door. Master, please give me your orders. The butler quickly walked in and bowed. Prepare a gift for the Luce family. Lord Cager said in a deep voice. Master, what's the standard of the gift? The butler asked hesitantly. As the butler of the McCarthy family, he was very clear about the relationship between the family and other families. However, he had never interacted with the Luce family before, so he could only take the initiative to ask, according to the standard of a top-tier noble. Lord Cager said, after some consideration. Then, he felt that it wasn't enough to express his feelings, so he added, double. The butler revealed a look of disbelief, but he quickly hid it. With the power of the McCarthy family, why would they give a gift that exceeded the standard of a noble family? There could only be one reason. The Luce family was a threat to the McCarthy family. Yes, master, I'll get it done immediately. The butler bowed and left. Lord Cager looked at the departing butler and pondered. Regardless of whether Duke Arthur was the culprit, Lord Cager was certain that Duke Arthur was involved in this matter. He knew that in order to kill Duke Arthur, a Job 5 Holy Knight was willing to make the Cotton family a vassal of the McCarthy family. The only reason he was willing to make such a sacrifice was because he was worried about Duke Arthur's revenge. He was so worried that he was terrified of Duke Arthur. Lord Cager thought about what happened in Yes Sun Castle and couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. In the castle he was in, a Temple Knight of the 5th rank and 15 Sky Knights of the 4th rank had been killed, and he hadn't been aware of the whole process. Regardless of whether it was a level 4 Sky Knight or a level 5 Job Knight, they were in a room filled with isolation runes. A casual attack could destroy the isolation runes and leak their aura. But 15 Sky Knights of the 4th rank and 1 Temple Knight of the 5th rank were killed without any resistance. That person even had the time to clean up the scene and calmly leave. If Lord Cager didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. This was also the reason why he asked the butler to send 2 gifts from the top nobles. This meant that the McCarthy family had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to Duke Arthur. Lord Cager only had one thought, which was to not have any conflict with Duke Arthur. Even if they couldn't be friends, they couldn't be enemies. Lord Cager was in Yes Sun Castle at the time. Whether or not Duke Arthur was the one who attacked, there was a high chance that Duke Arthur knew that he was in contact with a level 5 Job Knight. He had to show his attitude and the McCarthy family's attitude. When Annabella Job Knight returned to her courtyard in the War Shrines, a priestess immediately delivered a report. She opened the report and glanced at it. She couldn't help but smile. Interesting, using so many people as evidence. Annabella Job Knight said softly as she threw down the report. There's news from the meeting hall that they want to investigate Duke Arthur. The priestess reported. Tell the meeting hall that if there's no evidence, whoever dares to disturb Duke Arthur will be my enemy. Annabella Job Knight said disdainfully as she waved her hand. After reading the report, Annabella Job Knight knew that Duke Arthur was responsible for the death of the level 5 Job Knight. The cooking time of the main dish, roasted camel, was the same as when the level 5 Job Knight was killed. This meant that Duke Arthur used the gap between the banquet to perform a perfect assassination and return to the banquet. But so what? Duke Arthur could make such delicious food. So what if a few level 5 Job Knight died? Duke Arthur didn't provoke them. Auguste, a level 5 Holy Knight, and Yaba, a level 5 Holy Knight, were both involved in the attack on Duke Arthur. Wasn't it normal for Duke Arthur to seek revenge? Annabella Job Knight said calmly. Also, tell the meeting hall to come up with the results of the attack on Duke Arthur as soon as possible. Send my request to the meeting hall and also to Lord Gould. She had said that she would protect Duke Arthur in front of so many level 5 job knights, the level 5 priests of the 5 shrines, and the 2 bishops. However, she had been slapped in the face by the meeting hall. Since when was Annabella Job Knight a reasonable person? She could stand up when there was no reason. Now that reason was on her side, of course she would do her best. She took out a bottle of red wine from her dimensional ring and poured it into her mouth. She took a small sip and felt the extreme enjoyment of the wine in her mouth. She was even more determined. No one could affect Annabella Job Knight's enjoyment of delicious food. On the second day of the banquet, 2 things became the biggest news in the circle of nobles. A level 5 job knight had disappeared from his own Yes Sun castle. There was a high chance that he had been killed. This news was accompanied by rumors from Yes Sun Castle. At the time, Lord Kager the McCarthy family was secretly visiting Yes Sun Castle. Therefore, many nobles guessed that Lord Kager was involved in the murder of the level 5 job knight. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? The level 5 job knight had been hiding very well, but he was killed when Lord Kager was visiting. Without Lord Kager's information, the assassins wouldn't have been able to find the location of the level 5 job knight so easily. Because of this speculation, there were many nobles, level 5 job knight, and Lord Kager. This speculation was very popular among the nobles. Nobles also liked to gossip. They also hoped that there would be grudges between the top nobles and the nobles who weren't bound by the top nobles. This kind of story made the nobles even more excited. As for who killed the level 5 job knight, most of the nobles still believed that it had something to do with Duke Arthur. Auguste and the level 5 job knight had attacked Duke Arthur, so the 2 level 5 job knights had been killed one after the other. This was something that didn't need much thought. Another piece of news was the banquet that Duke Arthur was holding in his castle on planet Gammy. Because the guests at this banquet were too important, there wasn't much information beforehand. After the banquet ended, some of the nobles who participated in the banquet gave out accurate information. This was the reason why this banquet that could enter the history of the great world of God was revealed to the nobles. There were 53 level 5 job knights. Among them, 4 level 5 job knights were present in their true forms. The 5 level 5 job shrines were from the 5 major shrines. There was Bishop McKinley from the War Shrines and Bishop Bolin from the Earth Shrines. Any one of them could shake the great world of God. For them to attend the banquet at the same time, this was a grand event in the great world of God. After that, more details were released. The dishes at the banquet were said to be the best in the great world of God. This title wasn't given by Duke Arthur himself, but by the guests who attended the banquet. Looking at the luxurious guest list, no one dared to deny the views of the guests. Although the nobles didn't have the fortune to enjoy the dishes, the best red wine in the great world of God was famous in the great world of God. This was because it was the delicacy that was most likely to be tasted by Duke Arthur. The nobles didn't expect the Duke to personally cook the food. So what if Duke Arthur's food was the best in the world? It didn't have much to do with the nobles. Only the red wine produced by Duke Arthur was most likely to be tasted by the nobles. While the nobles in the great world of God were passionately discussing these 2 matters, Lord Brewer was sitting in his spacious office in the assembly hall. Lord Brewer was an earl. As he maintained a good relationship with many top nobles, but didn't belong to any of them, he was promoted to the important position of Lord Brewer in the assembly hall. This position was a high administrative position in the great world of God. Only the Supreme Council could control the assembly hall, and the Supreme Council rarely interfered with matters. They would only convene for major events. Therefore, the assembly hall was the highest administrative organ in the great world of God. Lord Brewer held the secular power. Of course, this power was greatly limited. The top nobles weren't under his jurisdiction. He could only refer the top nobles who violated the law to the Supreme Council. Today, he was sitting in his office with a decision in his hand that he was going to sign. Lord Brewer was very angry. Previously, when Auguste level 5 Holy Temple Knight was killed, He knew who the murderer was. However, due to the lack of evidence, he didn't initiate an investigation on Duke Arthur. However, when Job's level 5 Holy Temple Knight was killed, Lord Brewer couldn't tolerate it anymore. This was a disdain for the administrative system of the divine world, a disdain for the assembly hall, and a disdain for the powerful Speaker Brewer. Duke Arthur had just entered the ranks of the top nobles, and he had done such a crazy thing. He killed a level 5 Holy Temple Knight and exterminated a noble family. These actions were intolerable. As for Duke Arthur's assassination ability, Lord Brewer wasn't afraid of assassination at all. This was because any assassination attempt on Lord Brewer would trigger a response from the shrines. The shrines would investigate. With the methods of the shrines, no matter who attacked Lord Brewer, they wouldn't be able to escape. The power of the gods was unimaginable to mortals. The shrines could use the power of the gods to investigate. Lord Brewer didn't care about Duke Arthur's title. In order to maintain his power, Lord Brewer decided to investigate Duke Arthur. The Assembly Hall's investigation would definitely invite the Shrines of Justice to participate. This was the most effective way to investigate. Just as Brewer picked up the pen and was about to sign his name, someone knocked on his office door. Hearing the familiar knocking sound, he knew it was his secretary. "Come in," Lord Brewer said in a deep voice. The secretary was an important confidant of Lord Brewer. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't disturb Lord Brewer. "My lord, there is an urgent document that you need to check immediately." The secretary bowed and said, "Where is the urgent document from?" Lord Brewer frowned and asked, "It's from the Shrines of War." The secretary had already placed the parchment with the Shrines of War on Lord Brewer's desk. Lord Brewer took it seriously. He had to check the urgent document sent by the Shrines of War as soon as possible. When he opened the urgent document, he saw a special seal. It was the personal seal of the Knight of Annabella Shrine. This made Lord Brewer relax a little. He was afraid that his heavy breathing would dirty the document. If there was anyone who couldn't be provoked among the Shrines of War, it would definitely be the Knight of Annabella Shrine. Even the Archbishop of the Shrines of War wouldn't care about this oracle who was favored by the god of war. Fortunately, the Knight of Annabella Shrine rarely participated in power struggles. Although she had a little temper, she wouldn't cause any big trouble. After Lord Brewer finished reading the urgent document from the Knight of Annabella Shrine, his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. Of course, it wasn't because of the Knight of Annabella Shrine. Lord Brewer wouldn't have such thoughts even if he had a few more guts. Lord Brewer was angry at the intelligence system of the council. Why didn't anyone tell him that Duke Arthur had such a close relationship with the Knight of Annabella Shrine? Why didn't the Knight of Annabella Shrine speak for Duke Arthur? If he had signed the order on the table and started an investigation on Duke Arthur, he would have offended the Knight of Annabella Shrine. Lord Brewer let out a long sigh of relief and gently put down the letter in his hand. "We'll have a meeting in an hour. Everyone, please come," Lord Brewer ordered in a deep voice. "Yes, my lord." The secretary bowed and turned to leave the office. Lord Brewer picked up the unsigned order on the table, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the trash can. In Lord Brewer's mind, Duke Arthur's status had been promoted from an ordinary noble to a noble who needed to be valued. Lord Brewer's evaluation of the nobles was not based on their strength, but their influence. With the support of Annabella and the Holy Knights, Duke Arthur naturally became one of the upper echelons of the nobles. Chapter 800. When Brewer walked into the meeting room, the 8 managers were already waiting for him. They all stood up when they saw him. "Sit down." Brewer waved his hand. Naturally, the 8 supervisors couldn't sit down directly. They waited for Brewer to sit down before they all took their seats. "I've called you all here to discuss Duke Arthur." Brewer looked at the managers and said, "Duke Arthur is too arrogant. He should be punished." A manager immediately expressed his opinion. The manager knew Brewer's attitude. He knew Brewer was not happy with Duke Arthur. He should stand up and support his superior. "Today, we're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss the compensation for the attack on Duke Arthur by the August Templar Knight and the Yaba Templar Knight. Brewer stopped the manager from speaking and said in a deep voice, "None of the supervisors here were simple. Every one of them had a solid backer behind them. Therefore, even if Brewer was unhappy, he would not voice it out. But the August Templar Knight and the Yaba Templar Knight were killed." The manager said in confusion, "Who said they were killed? They just went missing. We didn't find their bodies. They must have fled to avoid punishment." Brewer said calmly. Only then did the 8 supervisors understand that something had changed. All the nobles in the great world of God believed the August Templar Knight and the Yaba Templar Knight had been killed. However, Brewer ignored it. Brewer did not consider the August Templar Knight and the Yaba Templar Knight as dead. If August's 5th-ranked Temple Knight and Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight didn't die, then the matter of August's 5th-ranked Temple Knight and Yaba's 5th-ranked Temple Knight attacking Duke Arthur would need to be dealt with accordingly. Of course, even if the August Templar Knight and the Yaba Templar Knight had attacked Duke Arthur, they would not be arrested. The August Templar Knight and the Yaba Templar Knight were dead. No, they had fled to avoid punishment. They cannot be found. Even if they were found, they could compensate Duke Arthur with their status as Templar Knights and nobles. Sir, are you saying that the August Templar Knight and the Yaba Templar Knight should compensate Duke Arthur? A manager asked. That's right. We can't tolerate such behavior of attacking a great noble and attacking a duke. Chief Assembly Brewer nodded. The 8 managers looked at each other. The 2 Templar Knights were dead. This meant that the 2 families had to compensate them. The problem was that no one knew how much wealth the Dennis family had left behind. In another 2 days, the Cotton family situation would not be much better than the Dennis families. Although the Cotton family's direct descendants were not killed, they had lost their Templar Knight and Templar Sky Knight. It was almost impossible for the Cotton family to control their territory. Soon, nobles would rob the Cotton family of their wealth and suppress their development. As long as the Cotton family could not make a comeback, the Cotton family's territory would no longer belong to them in a few generations. The biggest problem now was that they had to come up with a compensation plan. At the very least, the Dennis family could not afford it. Sir, based on the Dennis family situation, I'm afraid they can't afford it. A manager said, Check. How many territories do the Dennis family have under their control? Brewer looked at a manager and asked. That was the manager of intelligence in the meeting hall. Although Brewer was angry at the manager's incompetence, he still had to treat him normally. The Dennis family still has 10 small territories spread across 10 planets. They are also the last shelter of the Dennis family's surviving members. The manager of intelligence replied without checking. The manager of intelligence kept all the information about the recent big events in his mind. The rest of the managers were a little speechless. A great noble family had fallen to such a state in such a short period of time. Normally, even if a great noble family declined, it would take at least a few generations for it to completely decline. However, the Dennis family situation was very special. David had killed almost all the high-level combatants of the Dennis family. Even the talents with potential in the family were killed. The remaining members of the Dennis family were unable to control the huge territory, whether in terms of strength or bloodline. After losing the power to protect their home, the great wealth of the Dennis family was quickly divided up under the suppression of the other great nobles. The territory was also divided and occupied. There was no sound in the meeting hall for a while. A small territory was probably far from enough to compensate Duke Arthur. A small territory referred to a castle and the nearby land. The land was just enough to pay for the maintenance of the castle, as well as the training expenses of a few intermediate knights. A small territory like that was of little value to Duke Arthur. Why don't we just award a small territory as compensation? The territory might be a little small, but it's worth more than the resources, a manager suggested. Brewer's secretary came in at that moment. He placed a stack of letters beside Brewer and made a hand gesture. Brewer's eyes narrowed. The secretary's hand gesture meant it was an urgent letter. He ignored the executive's comments and opened the letter. Soon, his expression became serious. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Kaya Star has two territories belonging to the Dennis family and the Cotton family. Why don't we give these two territories to Duke Arthur as compensation for the wrongdoings of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Auguste and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Job? Chief Brewer raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Sir, isn't that unfair?" A manager immediately objected. The rest of the managers also objected. Putting aside the Cotton family's territory on Kaya Planet, the Dennis family's territory, which was the Dennis continent, had been taken over by many great nobles. Among them, there were aristocratic families that were related to these managers. Naturally, they would raise objections. "Secretary, you are responsible for recording the decision of the meeting. I've given my suggestion. You will record down anyone who objects. You will need to pass the minutes to the Knight of the Annabella Sacred Temple, Lord Gould." Brewer listed the names of a few dozen knights of the Sacred Temple in one breath. The managers were not idiots. They had been in politics for many years, so they immediately understood the relationship between the two parties. If they objected to Brewer's suggestion, they would be offending both the lords and the knights of the Sacred Temple. Just the Knight of the Annabella Sacred Temple alone was enough to make the 8 managers leave the meeting hall, let alone the others. A manager stood up and said loudly, "Sir, I think your suggestion is correct. We must crack down on these attacks against the Duke. This is a provocation to the nobles of the great world of God. We can't let it go." "Sir, I agree with your suggestion, but the Dennis family's territory has already been taken over. Won't it be troublesome for you to make such a decision?" Some managers were more worried that Duke Arthur would offend so many great figures if he did not get the territory. Duke Arthur has the support of so many powerful figures. Tell me, who would dare to make things difficult for Duke Arthur? Brewer said calmly. David did not know about the meeting held in the meeting hall. He also did not know that almost all the knights of the Sacred Temple were pressuring the meeting hall under the leadership of Lord Gould. With the pressure from a knight of the Annabella Sacred Temple and the other knights of the Sacred Temple, the meeting hall quickly made a decision. David was busy at the moment. In the past 2 days, other than training, he used the research table of the Interstellar Federation to make a batch of red wine with immortal life force. Of course, this was also the last batch of red wine he made with the research table. David had ordered the artificial intelligence system to build an automatic winery. The agricultural robots had also reclaimed the vineyards, and the seeds had been genetically modified. After the grapes matured, it would only take 2 months for the first batch of red wine of the same quality to be produced. All he needed to do was to provide some immortal life force, and the rest was done by the artificial intelligence system. This was why David did not need Butler Dickens to manage Gammy Planet. With the artificial intelligence system, David only needed to give the future direction of Gammy Planet, and everything would be done by the artificial intelligence system. In terms of efficiency, it was not something humans could compare to. Beside David, the original 5 knights of the Sacred Temple had become 6. The corpse of a Yaba Sacred Temple Knight had been successfully revived by David, and his appearance had changed. The new name of the Yaba Sacred Temple Knight was Morley, and he became the 6th Yaba Sacred Temple Knight of the Luce family. Because the Yaba Sacred Temple Knight had summoned his energy clone before he died, his energy clone was completely preserved. David used up all the spirit energy he had obtained this time and successfully revived Morley's energy clone. This time, David had killed the Yaba Sacred Temple Knight. He had thought that he would be able to escape in one strike, so the spoils of war wouldn't be much. However, because the Cotton family was worried about David's sneak attack, they had transferred all the high-grade knights along with the important wealth. These wealth were all in the Yaba Sacred Temple Knight's space ring. Actually, the decision to transfer the important wealth was made out of helplessness. After many attacks, David had made off with large amounts of wealth. This made the Yaba Sacred Temple Knight believe that David was an extremely greedy person. However, the Yaba Sacred Temple Knight didn't expect that his actions would not only fail to transfer the important wealth, but instead send it to David. The wealth of the Cotton family's treasury wasn't any less than the Dennis family's. In the space ring of the Yaba sacred temple knight. David had obtained 2 sets of level 5 knight armor and 2 level 5 light longswords. Of course, one of them was for the Yaba, sacred temple knight. The other thing was the inheritance of the Cotton family, a large number of books. Books were an unbridgeable gap between nobles and commoners. Nobles obtained knowledge through books, while commoners were already very impressive if they could read. Books were extremely precious in the great world of God. Even though the great world of God had contacted the Interstellar Federation and learned of a faster way to print books, they still didn't want to promote books in the great world of God. Actually, with the knowledge system of the great world of God, there were many ways to quickly print books. However, the nobles didn't want to do this, so the knowledge could only be gathered in the hands of the nobles. The books of the nobles recorded the inherited knowledge of the family. As long as the family didn't lose the inherited knowledge, sooner or later, there would be a day when a genius would emerge from the family through the inherited knowledge and develop the family. Therefore, the nobles valued books very much. This was reflected in the space ring of the Yaba, sacred temple knight. There are also 70 alchemy bottles that David didn't know the use of. He couldn't help but pat his head. He had forgotten to ask about the potions in the bottles. However, with David's current relationship with Lord Gould, this small matter wasn't a problem. He casually took out a small long-distance teleportation circle and connected it to the small long-distance teleportation circle. Then, he sent an invitation signal to Lord Gould. In less than 2 seconds, the communication circle was connected. Gould's voice came from the communication circle. He smiled and asked, "Arthur, is the meeting hall looking for you?" Lord Gould thought that David was asking about the meeting hall's decision. From the reports, he knew that the meeting hall had decided to compensate David. "The meeting hall is looking for me?" "No." David was taken aback and replied. The meeting hall was a high-level administrative organization of the great world of God. Why would they look for him? He didn't quite understand. Gould laughed and said, that might take a bit of time. Don't worry, it's a good thing." Of course, it was a good thing. Including the Annabella Sacred Temple Knight, there were more than 50 level 5 knights. Many of them were top nobles. These people were putting pressure on the meeting hall, so the meeting hall had to pay special attention. The meeting hall would make a judgment that was most favorable to David regarding the attack on David by the Augustus Sacred Temple Knight and the Yaba Sacred Temple Knight. The reason why Lord Gould asked first was that he was very curious about the meeting hall's decision to compensate the 2 noble families. After the meeting hall made the decision, the news was completely blocked and did not leak out. It seemed that the meeting hall's chairman and managers did not want to talk about the contents of the decision. David did not mention the meeting hall again. He sent a bottle of alchemy potion to Lord Gould through the small long-distance teleportation circle. "Lord Gould, please take a look at this potion for me. What is it used for?" he asked Gould. Gould replied with a strange expression. "This is a level 5 blood-refining potion. It's made from the blood of level 5 insectoids. It's for level 5 knights to recover after overusing their bloodline power. It's the best recovery potion." At this moment, Lord Gould was 100% sure that David had killed the level 5 knight. Otherwise, how could David have such a potion that could only be used by level 5 knights? Chapter 801. The next day, the meeting hall mentioned by Lord Gould contacted David through Steward Jason in Bama City and arranged a time to visit David. David originally planned to go to Villa 35 in Bama City to receive the members of the meeting hall, but Steward Dickens persuaded him to change the meeting place to the castle on Planet Gammy. The meeting hall was not an ordinary administrative organization, and this kind of formal visit needed to show enough respect. The formal visit of a distinguished person and the reception of a noble had to be in the main castle. This was respect for the visitor and also to show the master's family background. On the morning of August 13th, David agreed to the application of the planet-level portal at the appointed time. He stood in front of the villa with 15 level 4 Sky Knights and Steward Dickens. When David communicated with the council hall, he found out that Brewer was the one who had come to visit. That was why he received him so grandly. This was not only because of Brewer's identity, but also because of the meeting hall that Brewer represented in the great world of God. A golden alchemy carriage approached from afar. For level 4 sky knights flew in the sky to protect the alchemy carriage. On both sides of the alchemy carriage, there were 12 level 3 earth knights on war horses in 2 neat rows. The 4 level 4 sky knights were wearing battle-type knight armor, but the 12 level 3 earth knights were wearing ceremonial armor. The war horses were also wearing exquisite ceremonial horse armor. It was all for the meeting hall. The alchemy carriage arrived in front of the castle, and the 4 sky knights put away their flying mounts and landed. A sky knight went to open the door, and Brewer walked out of the carriage with a smile. I've heard of Duke Arthur's name for a long time. We finally meet. Brewer's attitude was unexpectedly friendly. He bowed and greeted like an ordinary noble, without any of the aura of an official. Brewer carefully sized up David, the young noble who had recently turned the great world of God upside down. When he first saw David, he almost couldn't believe that such a young man had the ability to threaten a level 5 temple knight. Although David had 15 level 4 sky knights, which was a good strength among the nobles, it was not enough to do anything to a level 5 temple knight. "Greetings, Brewer." David stepped forward and bowed with a smile. David's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Brewer was the highest official in the great world of God, and above him was the feudal lord. However, the feudal lord's authority was usually limited to their own territory, and they had to convene the Supreme Council to exercise their authority. Lords could not casually convene the Supreme Council for small matters. So Brewer was the highest official on the surface, and his status was comparable to that of the President of the Interstellar Federation. Of course, Brewer's power was far less than that of the President of the Interstellar Federation. This was because there were still shrines in the great world of God. Brewer smiled and looked up at the castle in front of him. "Duke Arthur, this is your castle. Just like the rumors say, it is indeed one of the top 10 in the great world of God." The secretary who came down from the alchemy carriage squinted his eyes. Brewer's words were not said casually. This was official recognition. Although many level 5 Temple Knight had said that this castle was one of the top 10 castles in the great world of God, it was just idle chatter. Brewer was officially visiting the great world of God, and his words represented the officials of the great world of God. The process of this visit would be recorded in the archives of the council hall. This was the job of the secretary. "Chief Counselor Brewer, thank you for your compliment. Let's talk inside the castle." David felt the kindness of Chief Counselor Brewer, so he smiled and made an inviting gesture. Butler Dickens walked in front, while David and Brewer walked side by side. Behind them was Brewer's secretary. The other level 4 Sky Knight and level 3 Earth Knight did not enter. They were arranged to rest in the side castle. Originally, David did not want to walk side by side with Brewer. Although David was a duke, Brewer's status in the secular world was higher. David should have taken a step back, but Brewer insisted that David walk side by side with him. After entering the luxurious guest room and taking a seat, a housekeeping robot served drinks. Brewer bowed slightly to David and said, "Duke Arthur, first of all, I would like to express my apologies on behalf of the council hall. The case of you being attacked by the Knight of the Auguste Temple and the Knight of the Yaba Temple was not resolved until today." David also bowed and said, "The council hall's investigation speed is already very fast. I should be the one thanking the council hall." Actually, both sides knew what had happened, but they still had to go through the formalities. Brewer said in a formal manner, "The case of you being attacked by the Knight of the Auguste Temple and the Knight of the Yaba Temple on planet Boyo has been confirmed by the council hall's investigation. According to the noble code of the great world of God, you can receive the appropriate compensation." The secretary on the side quickly recorded it down. This had to be recorded in the archives. Brewer continued to announce, "Due to the disappearance of the Knight of the Auguste Temple and the Knight of the Yaba Temple, the council hall was unable to contact the 2 Knights of the Yaba Temple. After some research, we have decided that you will receive land on planet Kaya the Dennis continent, and the Yaba continent as compensation. David, on the other hand, was shocked. He had thought that the compensation would be some property or divine gold coins of considerable value. He never thought that it would be 2 continents. Although the Dennis family and the Cotton family had a lot of land, the 2 continents on planet Kaya were the essence of the 2 noble families' territories. Brewer saw David's shocked expression and was very satisfied. David had too many big shots behind him this time. If it was just a little compensation, it would not be enough to show his efforts. Moreover, attacking a duke could be a big or small crime. According to the rules of the Noble Code, the value of the 2 level 5 temple knights of the Dennis family and the Cotton family was the price of compensation. As for the value of a level 5 temple knight, it was hard to say. Now that the Dennis family and the Cotton family had both declined, without the opposition of these 2 great noble families, Brewer naturally made the compensation the highest possible. David bowed solemnly. "Thank you for the fair judgment of the council hall. This is what we should do." Brewer returned the bow with a smile. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. They had established a good relationship with each other since their first meeting. Brewer turned to his secretary and said, "Secretary, please leave us for a moment. You don't need to record anything else." David could tell that Brewer had something he didn't want others to hear, so he turned around and nodded at Steward Dickens. Steward Dickens bowed and left the parlor. Brewer explained to David, "Duke Arthur, the Dennis continent, is currently occupied by 11 noble families. You have to deal with this matter yourself. I hope you can understand." Brewer was still worried that David would mistakenly think that he had awarded the Dennis continent to David on purpose to cause more trouble for David. That would not be worth it. David smiled and said, "It's okay. No one dares to occupy my territory." His face was full of confidence. He did not have to worry about anything. He would not take the initiative to cause trouble. But if trouble came to him, he would be able to obtain enough soul energy. David's will have been stuck at 10. 99 for a long time. He had used all the soul energy he had obtained on the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight. In addition, he needed a large amount of soul energy to increase his will to 11. He wanted to find a chance to obtain a large amount of soul energy. Now, David finally had the ability to protect himself in the great world of God. The fighting power of 6 level 5 Temple Knights and his own strength that was beyond a level 4 Sky Knight gave him the courage to face any powerful forces. When Brewer heard David's answer, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. David's calm voice reminded him of the Berry family, the Dennis family, and the Cotton family. Indeed, after so many things had happened, no family would dare to provoke someone like David. Even if you did not count the level 5 masters behind David, David himself was already a powerful existence that could threaten the top nobles. Brewer said softly, "Duke Arthur, the result of our discussion about the attack on the Dennis family and the Cotton family has been determined as an attack by the followers of the evil god. We will soon have a mission to wipe out the followers of the evil god. Please help us." This was actually a deal. Brewer and the other managers all knew who attacked the Dennis family and the Cotton family, but they did not have any evidence. On the other hand, Duke Arthur had plenty of evidence. Most importantly, when the Cotton family was attacked, there were almost 60 level 5 masters who could testify for Duke Arthur. This made it impossible for the council to get any evidence of Duke Arthur attacking the Cotton family. A case like this that had a huge impact could not be dragged on. Therefore, the council had made a decision to let the followers of the evil god take the blame. Since the followers of the evil god could not raise any objections, Duke Arthur had to do something to appease the dissatisfied voices. "I'm very happy to serve the council." David did not reject. He also wanted to strengthen himself through battle. Even if Brewer did not make this request, David would still accept some missions to wipe out the followers of the evil god in between training. In the great world of God, wiping out the followers of the evil god was the most stable source of soul energy. David could not always hope that nobles would take the initiative to provoke him. After he killed 2 level 5 Temple Knight consecutively, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. It was a pleasure talking with you. I hope my name will be on the list of people invited to your banquet next time. Brewer said with a smile. It would be my pleasure. David also smiled. Brewer did not stay in the castle for dinner. Although he really wanted to stay, he was an official visitor. Everything he said and did had to be recorded. David sent Brewer out of the castle and had 15 level 4 Sky Knight escort the alchemy carriage out of the castle. Brewer sat in the alchemy carriage. His mind scanned the 4 alchemy wooden boxes in his spatial ring. There were 4 bottles of red wine. They were David's last small gift to him. Brewer was very satisfied with this gift. Of course, this gift was given to him during a secret meeting with David, so it was not recorded. Duke Archibald was inspecting his new territory. This piece of land on the Dennis continent included 10 large farms for alchemy herbs and a lake for water alchemy herbs. Duke Archibald had paid a hefty price for this piece of land in order to obtain the support of many top nobles and occupy this piece of land with high economic efficiency. After countless years of operation by the Dennis family, this place had a complete planting system, including alchemy herb planting technicians, skilled farmers, and the corresponding alchemy equipment. Even the land had been specially treated to suit the growth of alchemy herbs. Alchemy herbs could not be planted on any land. It required a combination of climate, soil quality, environment, and many other factors, as well as the corresponding planting techniques. The Dennis family had invested a few generations of effort in this continent to reach the scale it was today. Duke Archibald was very satisfied with his new territory. He and the family's architect found a tall mountain and decided to build a castle on top of it to make it easier to manage this land. At this time, the construction of the castle had already begun. This was only one of Duke Archibald's investments. He also carried out comprehensive improvements to all the infrastructure of this new territory. Although the Dennis family's planning techniques were unique, Duke Archibald's Nahum family also had very good alchemy herb planting techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have paid such a huge price to obtain this piece of land. It was not just the Nahum family. Almost all the great nobles who could spend so much money to seize the Dennis continent had their own alchemy herb planting techniques. The climate of the Dennis continent was very suitable for alchemy herbs. After countless years of modification, this place was an important source of alchemy herbs. This was a big fat piece of meat. It was just that when the Dennis family was strong, no nobles dared to fight for it. Now, construction was happening everywhere on the Dennis continent. Every great noble who had occupied a piece of land was increasing their investment to upgrade the planting system. Every day that was delayed could reduce the production of alchemy herbs. This was a big industry that would benefit from countless years of investment. Duke Archibald was excited when he thought about how this place would become the Nahum family's biggest profit point. This was an opportunity for the Nahum family to take off. With the production here, the family would be able to cultivate many more knights. He could not help but laugh when he thought about it. Chapter 802. Duke Archibald's steward received a report from a knight on a galloping horse. His expression changed after a glance. The steward quickly walked to Duke Archibald's side and said softly, "Master, there's an important message from the Noble Affairs office." He knew that it wasn't the right time to disturb Duke Archibald's good mood, but the report in his hands was of great importance. He couldn't care less about the timing. What's so important? Duke Archibald emphasized the word important, showing his displeasure. "Master, the ownership of the Dennis and Cotton continents has changed hands," the steward said as he handed over the report. The steward didn't want to tell Duke Archibald the bad news himself, so it was better to let Duke Archibald read the report himself. What's there to worry about when it's a change of hands? This is already an established fact. Which family dares to go against so many of us at the same time? Duke Archibald said nonchalantly as he opened the report. However, after reading the contents of the report, he couldn't continue what he wanted to say. "Let's go back. Duke Archibald sighed after a long while. What about the construction here? The steward had followed Duke Archibald for a long time and didn't quite understand what Duke Archibald meant, so he asked softly. The Neum family had invested a lot in this land, and with the wealth they had spent to obtain it, even a great noble like the Neum family would feel the pinch. No matter what Duke Archibald's attitude was, he had to consider stopping the construction here. There would likely be some disputes in the future, and the construction here might very well be destroyed. It was better to stop the construction to reduce the losses. Duke Archibald turned his head and said in a low voice, "We can't stop the construction. Tell the workers not to be the least bit careless. Anyone who dares to skimp on the work will be executed. Are you not going to give up on this territory?" The steward asked in surprise. He thought Duke Archibald would give up, but he didn't expect Duke Archibald to be so daring. He couldn't help but worry for his own safety. That person's methods were extremely terrifying. It was normal for an entire family to be slaughtered. If Duke Archibald really wanted to become enemies with that person, he would have to consider sending his family away. The steward also wanted to leave, but as the steward of the Naim family, he could not leave. However, he was not prepared to sacrifice his family. He planned to send his family away as soon as he returned. What right does the Neum family have to compete with Duke Arthur for territory? Duke Archibald asked helplessly. Then why do we have to continue the project here? The butler still didn't understand what Duke Archibald meant. We have occupied Duke Arthur's territory. If we stop the project now, Duke Arthur will think that we destroyed his territory's facilities. What do you think the consequences will be? Duke Archibald said with fear in his eyes. Duke Archibald was very angry, but he didn't dare to show it. Who was Duke Arthur? That was the existence that destroyed the powerful Dennis family. Auguste and Yabo were both killed by Duke Arthur. Regardless of whether there was evidence or not, anyone with discerning eyes could see this clearly. To be able to kill a level 5 knight, no matter what method he used, he had the combat power equivalent to, or even surpassing that of a top-notch noble. At the very least, if a first-rate noble wanted to kill a temple knight of the 5th rank, it would be very difficult to do so without paying a huge price. To become enemies with such a powerful Duke Arthur, Duke Archibald had a plan to put the entire Naim family in danger. Moreover, the news of Duke Arthur's banquet a few days ago had already spread throughout the noble circle. Duke Arthur was no longer an isolated existence. He had dozens of level 5 friends and the support of many top-notch nobles. He also had the friendship of at least 2 shrines and the support of the Annabelle Knight. As long as Duke Archibald was rational, he wouldn't choose to offend Duke Arthur. The investment here was an apology. Looking at the compensation from the Dennis family and the Cotton family, what was the compensation from the Naim family? Not only did Duke Archibald not intend to recoup his investment, but all the projects here would continue until everything was completed. He was even prepared to build the castle according to the highest standards. This was his gift to Duke Arthur. Using this opportunity, not only would he not become enemies with Duke Arthur, he might even be able to gain friendship. Immediately go to Duke Arthur and take the initiative to hand over the situation here. Tell him the name list of all personnel and the details of all assets. Duke Archibald instructed the butler. Duke Archibald's mind was clear, and he no longer had his previous emotions. Since he had already reached this step, he might as well take the initiative to befriend him. Perhaps there would be unexpected benefits. Within a day, the entire Dennis continent didn't change except for the construction projects that were in full swing. All the other personnel belonging to the nobles had left the Dennis continent. These nobles made the same choice as Duke Archibald. They all continued the ongoing projects. At this time, whoever dared to make a different decision would only attract hatred. Of course, Duke Holmes was the most conflicted. He occupied the empty Dennis Castle and the nearby city, as well as the surrounding hundreds of hectares of land. This was also the best land on the Dennis continent. Although Dennis Castle had been massacred and plundered, this didn't change the value of this land. Duke Holmes renovated the castle that David had emptied. With the investment of a large amount of wealth, the castle regained some of its former glory. However, just as the renovations and interior decorations were completed, Duke Holmes wanted to officially move in and hold a banquet. That was when he heard the most unfortunate news. Duke Holmes wanted to restore the castle to its original state, but he didn't do so. It was rumored that Duke Arthur wasn't an easy person to talk to. His vengeful personality made him not dare to take the risk. Even though the restoration of the castle, the city, and the surrounding land had used up a large amount of wealth, he still chose to give it all away. The Cotton Continent was a little better. Many nobles wanted to take over the Cotton Continent, but just as they were about to make a move, they heard the news. All the nobles who were about to make a move couldn't help but feel lucky. "Where's Butler Dickens?" David asked the housekeeping robot. Actually, David was asking the AI system. The housekeeping robot was just one of the many terminals of the AI system. While you were training, Butler Dickens went to Bama City. He left a message saying that he wanted to take over the Kaya Star territory. The AI system replied. David immediately realized that the 15 Level 4 Sky Knight were all on Gammy Planet. They hadn't been taken away by Butler Dickens. However, he didn't care about this. Butler Dickens had been taking care of the property and territory very well recently. He showed great management skills, which made him trust Butler Dickens a lot. David gently stroked the shadow pterosaur on his shoulder. It had been a while since the shadow pterosaur had been born, and it was acting strangely today. The shadow pterosaur was fading in and out of existence on his shoulder. It looked very strange. David wasn't surprised. He heard from Armand, the Level 5 Temple Knight, that the shadow pterosaur had the ability to become invisible and fly silently. This was the basic ability of the shadow pterosaur. Previously, the shadow pterosaur didn't show this invisibility ability, so he thought it was because the shadow pterosaur had mutated. After all, the shadow pterosaur had the innate ability of teleportation, which was much rarer than the invisibility ability. He didn't expect David's shadow pterosaur to be so talented. Other than the innate ability of teleportation, it also had the innate ability of invisibility. As for the ability to fly silently, it was the same as the shadow pterosaur's ability to fly. As long as the shadow pterosaur could fly, it would naturally fly silently. Feeling the unstable spatial energy fluctuations inside the shadow pterosaur, David was very satisfied with the innate ability of invisibility. Although the shadow pterosaur still couldn't control the innate ability of invisibility, judging from the spatial energy fluctuations, it wasn't the dark energy invisibility that David had imagined. There were many innate abilities of invisibility. There was the ability to manipulate light. This kind of invisibility was the easiest to discover because it still existed in the current space. For example, the invisibility ability of the ordinary shadow pterosaur was the dark energy invisibility, but it was also the light manipulation invisibility. It was just that the dark energy absorbed the surrounding light, making it so that no light could return to the area. Then it used the dark energy to deflect some of the light, creating the invisibility effect. However, David's shadow pterosaur was a mutated species. For some reason, the shadow pterosaur, which was supposed to be the number one energy in its body, had turned into space energy. In fact, this had to do with the environment in which the shadow pterosaur had been preserved for tens of thousands of years. This shadow pterosaur egg was preserved in a small space conversion circle by the ancient god. The space conversion circle made the time inside the circle almost stop, and the most suitable environment for the shadow pterosaur egg to preserve its vitality was set up. This allowed the shadow pterosaur egg to spend tens of thousands of years safely inside the circle, until the believers of the evil god came and found this mount that was commonly used by the servants of the ancient god. In order to please the evil god, the believers of the evil god prepared to use the shadow pterosaur as a sacrifice in exchange for increasing their strength. Later, it was snatched by the 5th level temple knight Ogiest. In the tens of thousands of years inside the space conversion circle, the shadow pterosaur egg had been affected by the space energy for a long time. In addition, the egg itself had the ability to mutate, so the shadow pterosaur had the ability to mutate today. Of course, this mutation could not be repeated. No one would spend tens of thousands of years to cultivate a shadow pterosaur, and it was impossible to control the uncontrollable mutation. The reason David was satisfied with the shadow pterosaur's ability to use space energy to become invisible was that the shadow attendant used space energy to become invisible. Thinking about the shadow attendant's ability to become invisible, it was only discovered when it encountered the god of plagues, Gladstone. The rest of the time, the shadow attendant's ability to become invisible was almost always successful. After the shadow attendant entered the invisible state, it could ignore all energy shields. Whether it was physical or energy, nothing could stop it. David couldn't wait for the shadow pterosaur to grow up quickly. He wanted to see if he could become invisible like the shadow attendant after riding the shadow pterosaur. It wouldn't take too long. Under the effect of the rank 3 strengthened flesh and the power of the blood, the shadow pterosaur's body had grown a lot in a short time. At this rate, it would take at most 3 months for him to ride the shadow pterosaur. David took out a few books. These were the books sent by the 5th level knight of Armand and the 5th level knight of Anthem. All of them were related to the shadow pterosaur. This was also what the 5th level knight of Armand and the 5th level knight of Anthem had promised David. The 2 5th level knights had also used their connections to get the books about the shadow pterosaur that they had borrowed before at a high price. David stroked the shadow pterosaur's hand. The invisible shadow pterosaur couldn't even touch David's hand, and when it appeared, it was touched by David's hand. This made the shadow pterosaur very happy. It thought that David was playing with it. Because of the life-sharing contract, David could also feel the shadow pterosaur's mood. He couldn't help but smile. Since he had his own planet, all of his pets were released except for the 2 rank 4 arachnids. The rank 4 arachnids were very useless to David, but he couldn't bear to give them up. Putting aside the fact that the sonic iron beetle and the assassin mantis puppet had accompanied him through life and death since a long time ago, the sonic iron beetle's role was irreplaceable. As long as he entered the sonic iron beetle's stomach, he would be able to fly in the insectoid territory without any worries. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't expose the presence of the sonic iron beetle and the assassin mantis puppet, he would have let them out to do some exercise. Not far from David, the warhorse Little Flower was curiously looking around with Little White on its back. Little Flower had not been born for a long time, and its temperament was like a child. Little White liked to stay still. Feeling the emotions of his pets, David's mood could not help but relax. In this atmosphere, under the illumination of the sun, he leisurely flipped through the book. The Gammy star that belonged to him alone gave him the greatest sense of security. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.